Hey, Sob. Man, YouTube is kind of dumb. So go to clipboard. What? What is this? Oh, that must be my stream key. Oh, okay. Create highlight video. Okay. Let's put down a countdown. Hmm? Nah, I'm not gonna become a VTuber. I'm sorry. Actually, I already am. The whole look at me, I'm an Italian guy. That's all a facade. You actually have no idea of my real identity. I actually work for the Russian government. I'm a Russian agent. My goal: influence elections and whatnot. Okay, I'll go get some tea. I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. So I have a question. Did anybody have any trouble loading this stream? Because I got a report that somebody is having trouble loading. They see stream is not available. Did any of you have any issue? Are we experiencing a giant Twitch moment? Well, no, I do see it. Actually, not only that, but guess what I did? I disabled the advanced stream, whatever the fuck, and now we can stream. I'm back to streaming at 1440p. So if you want to see some crispy text, this is your time. This is your time to bump it up. Source 1440, and you're gonna be able to lick the corners of my letters. There we go. What the fuck is going on? Twitch has been black for me this whole time. Hmm. Okay. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Say goodbye to the 1440p. Or we're not gonna have it back, I fear. I'm back. Let's see how this goes. So now it works. Now it works. Yeah, now now I re-enabled the Twitch thing. There's a setting that I re-enabled which turns the stream down to 1080p. Tell Matka to do the same. I think we are getting. I think we're having a bad experience because of Twitch. I think Twitch is fucking with us. God damn it. God damn it. Well, in any case, I don't know. We solved this, so I'll be right back. I'm back. So so what's up? What I think is happening is that I have a setting in OBS where I am sending to Twitch a few different encodings of the video. So this video right now it's being let me see what are the options. Oh, never mind. I'm just sending 1080p. That's it. Look, I don't know what's up with this thing. Basically, I have some setting enabled that in theory would make me do me as in on the client side, it would have my OBS do the transcoding to create multiple levels of quality of this stream. So that would be done on my computer, not by Twitch, because Twitch in the past, well, technically they still do it, but they do the transcoding themselves. But recently they, I guess, worked with OBS to introduce support for some kind of amazing technology. Yeah, but I'm not streaming from Mac. You're seeing a Mac, but that's not what I'm streaming from. I have two computers. So I have it on, but when I turn it off, the thing is, when I turn earlier a moment ago, before this reconnecting, I had it off, and I was streaming just my 1440p on my end, and that was it. And that was causing trouble on your end, guys. Why? I have no fucking clue. I don't know what's happening with Twitch. But yeah, people were having trouble. Then now I re-enabled it. Are you using a restreamer? No. Just OBS. I don't think I would be able to do the Twitch multi-quality stuff through restreamer. I might be wrong, but I don't think it's supported. Also, I have multiple output on, so I'm not using a restreamer, but I am streaming to also YouTube on from my OBS. So I'm uploading twice. Um, but the stream on YouTube is defined as just streaming whatever I set up for Twitch. So the YouTube one doesn't change anything. It just leeches off of the whatever video stream I make for Twitch. So no, but here's the thing. It does work fine. It does work fine. When I have it on, that's what you're seeing right now. And that's what I was doing the other days. Earlier today, though, I turned it off to have my, normal full quality 1440p stream go on Twitch. And Twitch didn't like it. And it was having, well, Twitch didn't like it. I don't know. It was having all the issues that we were talking about a moment ago. So it's the it's the streaming without that on that is broken apparently and causes people visibility issues. I have no idea what it is because I'm sending 264 H264. I'm not doing anything weird. I don't have weird color settings. I really have nothing weird. All I do is my only crime wanting to stream at 4040p 60 frames. That's my only crime. Yeah, it would be better for quality in theory, but then can you explain to me why it turns my 1440p stream into a 1080p stream period? Because it would be nice if that wasn't the case. Anyway. Okay, so we left yesterday with some issues in the client that I decided I wouldn't try to fix on stream, and then I would instead fix on my own. I ended up doing that. Um, I ended up doing that, and it turns out that I had a bug in my ring buffer that only manifested when pushing new elements, not when pushing all the elements. So scrolling up was implemented fully correctly, which is what I was stressing the most. So we weren't we weren't encountering issues there. But then I was having trouble scrolling down because that was hitting that bug. Now we don't anymore, and so um, now we're happy. Now we're super happy. The only problematic behavior that remains is this. So you can see I'm gonna start writing banana. So you can see that now. So if I scroll down, so if I'm looking at how can I say, if I'm scrolled up a little bit, but I haven't paged out any new message, any of the newest messages. So I'm scrolling up, but the newest messages are still down here. You don't see them, but they are being rendered. They are in memory. If I add a new message, you can see, I'm going to wait for the notification for the admin is typing thing to go away. If I send it now, you will see that this scroll bar jumps. Boom. It jumped a little bit because we did load the message. Sorry, I said I would send banana. I ended up sending more garbage, but you can see that it happens. Now, this is annoying because if you're near the top and you're reading very old messages that are near the edge of the current contents of the ring buffer, sending new messages. Oh, I sent too many messages all at once and we got rate limited. But you could see that here, basically, I was at 59. I ended up at 61 because new messages are evicting older messages from the ring buffer. If instead you scroll up and you end up, if you scroll up and you end up looking at a different page of messages, so like now some of the newest messages have been paged out. And now if I send messages, you can see, you should see, never mind. Why is the bar moving? Never mind. I got it wrong. Okay. Now I'm not at the very end. Oh, it still keeps loading. What the fuck? That bar moving is sus. This bar should not jump. Although, you know what? It was the typing that was making it jump. Wait a second. It was jumping because we were rendering the this guy is typing text, so that's why. Yeah, that's what's making it jump. Because we're resizing the scroll view, okay, which we shouldn't. Okay, now there's no text showing up. So now I send the message and you see that the bar doesn't move because we're not at the very edge. And so the new message is not being paged in. It could show a notification, like something that shows you that a new message has arrived. I just haven't implemented it yet. But the only situation where the current setup is slightly problematic is when you are at here near the first, like in recent history, and your messages are evicting older messages and you see them scroll under your nose, kind of. So that is the only annoying moment. Other than that, we're good. So what do we want to do? Well, we could, we could try to fine tune chat history a little bit more, but it's already good, I would say. There are more instances of state synchronization that we need to look into, but that are not critical. Like if the goal is to have one chat channel where we can chat in, we have it. We have that. We have achieved that goal. So you know what? I want to see what's the fuss with macOS screen share. The last time I worked on this application, this is where I stopped. This is where I was trying to see if I could make any progress, and where I dropped the ball. Or rather, I don't remember exactly how hard I tried. I didn't try particularly hard, and what made me stop developing this application at the time, back when it was called D2, was the network async stuff. more than anything else. So it wasn't like issues with macOS screen share, but I remember wanting to make it work and never actually really getting there. So this is what we're gonna do, and related to that, we have this button here that opens. This opens the surface where we would want to see screen capture. Now, the problem is that actually before we can get here, there's another problem. First of all, we should restrict the resizing to just keeping the right aspect ratio. Oh man, this is gonna be interesting. And then second thing, yeah, before we can actually get something here, uh, there's usually a bunch of other things, right? The application needs to ask permission to be able to capture the screen. The user has to grant it. Then you need to restart the application. That's how it works on macOS, right? Then there needs to be some kind of window that shows up that where you select which source you want to capture, and that should have like a preview screenshot. And I'm sure that there is a lot of dance that you have to do before you can get your hands on a screenshot, on a preview screenshot. So we're embarking on a serious adventure. And on top of that, it's Objective C. So not even good C. It's the it's the objectively bad C. No, it's C with a runtime. So and fucky syntax. So I don't know. Okay, let me go get the tea. Okay. So where do we start? I don't know. Should I ask AI? Should I look at docs? macOS implement screen sharing. Honestly, asking Google feels bad. I'm gonna ask Claude so that we can get started. I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna say that I'm trying to do this from a C application, and ChatGPT. How do I use ChatGPT? How do I? Like I'm gonna ask Claude, where can I find ChatGPT? I heard it's the best. Wait, where can I find ChatGPT? I heard it's the best AI model. Well, no, it's not an AI model, but it's the best AI assistant. Let's see what Sunday has to say about that. Okay, that's good try. um, I'm writing a C application. Mm, 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 mm. And for macOS, and I want to implement screen sharing. I want to implement screen sharing. I have already figured out the networking part. What I'm missing is OS integration. Is the OS integration part? How do I want screen share to work like in most applications. User presses a button to start screen sharing. Application shows a list, a window that lists available screen sharing sources with previews. User selects the one they like. Screen share and the screen sharing session starts. Don't focus on the UI part. I can take care of that. I only want to learn the OS glue part. Okay, screen capture kit. So question number 1, do we have screen capture kit? I think we should, because I already did this work with because I remember one of the things that was annoying about getting this stuff to work is that we needed screen share kit in here. Oh shit, it's not there. Wait. No, 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 no. Wait, I think I remember. Screen share kit is one way of doing it, but it's not the only way. And I remember that I was looking at a different way of doing it. Let's see. Okay, let's see what this guy has to say. You want screen share kit framework available since Mac is 12.3. That's fine. This is the modern privacy preserving API that replaces the older CG display stream approach. Yeah, I guess CG display stream is what I was looking at the other time. Fine, whatever. Let's go with what this guy suggests. Okay, key components. Getting available resources. You'll need to enumerate available shareable content, displays, and windows. Yeah. Getting preview images. Starting capture stream. Important notes. Permissions. Your needs screen storing permissions. Add to info p list. You need to write this part of Objective-C or Swift with C bridging. No persistence of Objective-C frameworks. Privacy will show permission dialog the first time, user must grant permission in blah blah blah. The frames arrive in did output frame buffer callback where you can encode them. Oh, I have to encode them. Motherfucker. Can I get the... Well, you know what? We'll worry about encoding. Let's get there first. It's gonna be a while before we get there. So, I think this guy is simplifying this a little bit. Hello, but hello, Julian. But yeah, we don't have screen capture kit in that thing, do we? But for now, it's fine because I can jerry rig this shit on my computer just to make it work. So we'll see where we land. Okay, so number one, we need to link against screen capture kit. What are you making? An open source Discord alternative. So build script. By the way, just out of curiosity, how mad people would be if build.zig changed name? What if build.zig became something different, like configure.zig? And the zone file became package.zone. How mad would everybody be? It should have been zig build dot. Well, and what would that run though? You need instructions on how to set up your build. Like, there's no way around that. Okay, so one person would go insane. Okay, in any case, macOS bundle, server, blah, 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 GUI. Let's put a new line in here. Set up GUI. So what the setup GUI does? Where's my link framework? Oh, we're not linking frameworks. Oh, you did? Was that easy? Cool. Yeah, but we are not yet. We're not depending on this stuff anyway. All right, so this is for the future in any case. Okay. GUI.root module.link framework. Name, we were saying screen capture kit. Options, I have no fucking clue. None. Wait, what? Needed weak. Needed? Wait, what? What is going on? Causes dynamic library to be linked regardless of whether they are actually dependent on. When false, dynamic libraries with non-reference symbols are omitted from. Okay, that's fine. And then weak. Okay. So wait, can we? Okay, the default options are fine. Okay. Bye bye. Okay, so we are screen captured now. Well, the next thing is then we need an Objective-C file, which apparently are .m files. Where are we placing this bad boy? So it's definitely going into client. Now, is this going into GUI or TUI client or neither? I think neither. No, that's not how it works though, right? Let me think about it for a second. I suspect that we cannot do screen share without having the application be a bundle. That's going to complicate things. I might be wrong. Maybe there's a way of making it work. I don't know. Well, you know what? Let's try and see what happens. So for now, I'm going to, well, we have audio. I think that audio stuff needs to eventually, like we started with audio because we were doing only audio. We were not doing video, but now that we're doing audio and video, I think we need to eventually move everything inside media. I think media is what makes sense. I would link to libOBS. That implies checking that the license is fine. But then look, why link libOBS? Instead of linking libOBS, you could straight up steal the code from OBS. I remember reading some of that code ages ago, I think, and seeing what they do. They have their own object files that basically do this shit, except that they use the GC display stuff. They don't use screen capture kit, I think. Last I checked. Oh, they do now? I don't know. They might. It's been a while since I've looked at this stuff. Unrelated question. Any good way to do WebSockets/HTTP servers/HTTPS clients in Zig without CDAPs like libcurl? There's a WebSocket library in the standard library. There's an HTTP both server and client library in the standard library. So both are usable. I would not expose them to the internet. They are not battle tested enough yet to be something that you can confidently expose to the internet. HTTPS, we have TLS in the standard library, but we only have TLS client. So you can create a HTTP client that connects to a server with also TLS. But you cannot make a Zig server. So I would argue that while this is a limitation that obviously eventually needs to be lifted because somebody needs to implement the server side of TLS. But since it's not battle tested yet, in any case, my recommendation is this. When you deploy the stuff, you have an Nginx or a Caddy server, or I don't know what the kids use this day. Is Caddy still hip and cool, or is there something else that replaces Caddy? In any case, you put one of those servers and you make it do a reverse proxy with TLS termination. So you have basically this server accept HTTP requests from the network, perform TLS termination, and then you pass normal HTTP to Zig in the backend. And that way you will be fine. Caddy is still cool. Awesome. I was considering doing my own Discord once, and I have thought about the same thing. I'd still probably not implement my own, but implement a headless daemon that uses libOBS. Why? So it can independently capture and crash without taking down the client. Oh. Interesting. That is a fair point. It is an interesting point. I haven't considered the game aspect because like the idea of just reusing stuff that already exists, I don't hate it, but also I'm not scared to do the work myself. But your point about games and stuff does make sense. If that is a list of quirks, basically that turns the problem from depending on just an implementation of screen capture that I don't think is particularly hard to make. Turns that into depending on them having a always up to date list of quirks, like implemented set of quirk handling stuff. Yeah, that is a lot more compelling because that's definitely something that I'm not gonna do. Yeah. Yeah. So, good point. Good point. Maybe this might even be, well, I wonder if this can be statically linked and whatnot. Nicks? OBS nicks? Hmm. Okay, what's the license of OBS? Fuck, GPL 2.0. Well, here's the problem. GPL 2.0 is not compatible with what we're doing. It's not compatible with our licenses. Commitment. Hmm. Okay, that is annoying. Something to think about later. Let's see if we can do this. Mm-hmm. So we were talking about where do I put my shit. So MK there, media. Inside media, MK there, screen dash capture. Oh, it was already suggested. That is cool, I guess. Screen capture, touch. What do we call even this? Maybe we can just make one file for macOS. macOS.m, and we just have all the stuff in there. Actually, we might not even need a directory called screen capture. Maybe we just need screen capture.m, like screen capture macOS.m, and that's it. They do? No, wait. If they do have or later, that's fine. Wait. Where do they have that? If they do have or later, then you can bump them up to GPL3, and then you're good. The license doesn't say this, right? Because the 2.0 doesn't have. Does this one have? Wait, does it one or later? This one doesn't have or later, right? So GPL v2 by itself doesn't automatically bump you up. They need to say this somewhere else, but I'm also confused as to how does this grab the license where I don't even know where the fucking license is. There, it's copying. Okay, license certainly in the files. Okay, huh? That is good. So, I mean, that is good because if I understand this correctly, then yeah, then this means that we can, at our option, consider this GPLv3, which is compatible with MIT plus Apache. Okay, I'm gonna simplify my stuff in here a little bit. I think you can, because the way it works is that wait, isn't the way it works? Wait, LGPL is the one where you need to mm, yeah. I think there was so because we were doing the same math for depending on FFmpeg. And according to this, it's compatible with version 3 of the GNU GPL Apache. And I don't remember where's expat. Compatible with the GNU GPL. Well, it says that it is compatible with the GNU GPL. Yeah, but I was looking at FFmpeg because not all of it is LGPL. Most of it is, but it also has pure GPL stuff, and that's why I was looking into it. So, if I understand correctly, this plus this. Please note that this license is not compatible with GPL version 2 because it has some requirements that are not in the GPL version. So I think they're combined by this with this, it should be fine. Maybe I should reopen this issue and point out. By the way, Diablo, if you have comments, I'm gonna reopen this issue, and if you have comments, please put them in here. Linking to any non-LGPL gets weird. I mean, we provide the source code, and you have the means to swap out implementation. So the reason why I believe that LGPL is not a problem is because they want you to be able to swap out implementations, which we are not gonna do through dynamic linking. But you have the source code, you compile the thing whichever fucking way you want. Mm-hmm. So this should be fine. Reopening to discuss if libobs could be available. A viable alternative or complementary um, dependency. Dependency. The main reason for considering libobs is that it's the de facto standard for capturing. Well, but here's the question though: does Discord use libobs? They don't, right? So it means that this whatever list of quirks there is for screen capturing games, then Discord also does implement. Hmm. In any case, LibOBS is the de facto standard for capturing, for screen capturing, which includes potential workarounds for quirks related to video game DRM slash anti cheat stuff. Okay, I left a comment. This is the issue. Yeah, that's the FFmpeg one. I reopened it. Yeah, I think that using libOBS, like you kind of opened my eyes from that perspective. To be fair, I don't have full first-hand knowledge of how problematic this stuff is, because in my experience it mostly, like historically, all the games that I've played have mostly have worked out. But to be fair, I've played mostly mainstream games. Um and it's actually, nowadays I'm not playing games much now. I mean, nowadays, like, and I'm stuck at least a year ago, I think. It might be maybe not a full year, but it might be getting closer to a year that since I played last. And I was only playing Apex Legends and Deadlock, so I wasn't playing anything else. Um yeah, but I have a vague understanding. I have vague knowledge of this general problem. So please, if you have more insight to share, feel free. We're definitely interested from that perspective. Yeah, please assume that we don't understand this stuff well, and that would be appreciated. In the meantime, I'm going to implement some of this stuff myself because I'm curious. Yeah, get one and start contributing to Awebo. I mean, if you want to make your own Discord alternative, obviously don't make me stop you. But if you're in for some collaboration, and on one end you are going to lose, the fact that you have full control over the direction of the project. But if you find what we're doing with the Weibo, reasonably in line with your interests, then uh, then you're gonna have a lot of fun, because there's gonna be also other people working on it and doing stuff for you, the boring stuff that you don't want to do. Uh, wait, the but but where's Objective C? Oh no, this doesn't Flow doesn't recognize Objective C. How do I change language? How do I change the detected language? Oh shit, I should not have done that. Um, hmm. Federated protocols? Oh no, yeah, sorry, I'm definitely not interested in that. Hmm. There's no way of changing language. Um, can we do dot object C? Would that work? Is that a proper file extension? Well, maybe, maybe not, but it's not recognized anyway. So back to MEDs. So get available sources. Man, this is so ass. Anyway, if error nslog error getting shareable content. What does this return? This returns void. Content of displays. Array of SC display objects, monitors. Content of windows, array of SC windows. So this calls completion. Get shareable content with completion handler. Oh, completion is what we accept as input. So this is a C function. This is a C ABI. No, wait, what the fuck is this though? Yeah, I'm on flow. Okay, what is this symbol? Am I looking? Is it? This is not a C signature. Um, I think it's a lambda. Oh no. Uh, okay, let me think about it for a second. So this has to be async, right? So we send a request and then this returns a reply at some point. The reply. So I guess this doesn't have to be something that you accept as an input. This can be. Oh no! Wait a second, because we're already wait. We're already in a inline defined function, right? This is already a lambda. This is already a callback. We're just then delegating to yet another callback. So yeah, so we don't do this. We don't do this. And instead down here, instead of calling completion, what we do is that we basically want to send this information to Zig either by analyzing it and turning it into like normal types that Zig can manage itself, or by wrapping it in something opaque that has like functions that can interact with whatever this thing is. Um, so let me think about it for a second. Also, I have no idea what the lifecycle management for this shit should be. Also, this is calling completion with nil. What the fuck? Um, I mean, to be fair, this seems fine, right? We can make an opaque type. This is just a normal pointer to a type, so we can make this a opaque type in Zig, and that's what you give Zig. Again, though, what is the life cycle? What is the who is freeing this shit? Okay, let's go ask the AI. Let's talk about the first point, getting available sources. What's the life? Well, it's not exactly a life cycle. I want to know like who's going to free. Uh, um, is the callback supposed to call a destructor slash free? Um, what's the name of the thing? Content. The pointer to. I bet it's all arc. You need to manually retain them using CF bridging retain. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what we want. So we want to do a retain on them. Keep object alive for C code. Void star C pointer underscore bridge retain void star content dot displays. Later, when C code is done with it, NS array displays equals bridge transfer NS array C pointer transfers ownership pack will be released. Okay, it's jank, but we have a path forward. So this means that this returns not void, but it returns void star. Is it void star or star void? I always forget. I think it's void star. So void star. No, actually, this doesn't return shit because it's callback based. Right. So this is gonna call some kind of callback like that we are going to export on the other end, which is uh like shareable content ready. And we pass down this dot displays, not all of content copy. Is there a way to okay, is there a way to avoid the cast? Is there a way to um uh from now on well, is I am interested in from now on assume that I'm always interested mainly in um bridging with C code. Is there when doing bridge retained, is the cast to void star necessary? Is there a way to retain without casting to void? There might not be, because if this is like all language features, then you kind of want to do void star, because otherwise, the moment you move this stuff around, is it certainly necessary? Well, we'll see about that. Oh, okay. So we can do this. What do you mean? It's mm, I guess this implies that the calling convention is weird. Like this is not a CABI type. Is that it? CF type ref. Okay, we're going with void star. Okay, so we call this shareable content ready, and we pass down content. Actually, you could do the same with NS error if we wanted to, but for now, this is fine. So can we do NS login here? Also, this goes away. Flow from object C. I wonder if we're going to be able to see this. Okay. So this is it. Let's see how it goes. So my build Zig. Expected field initializer. Yeah, that's what the dot is for. Oh, wait, did I... What have I done wrong? Why do I not deserve autocompletion anymore? I think this is fine. I think everything else can be left as the default option. File is a lazy path, right? Yeah. Okay. So the next step is we need in I got some C flags for you. Okay, thank you. So in our code, I guess what we want to do is that when we press the show thingy button, we want to trigger this thing. So in channel list, we have the button at the bottom. In the user box, we have, yeah, this does call begin screen share. Okay, call begin screen share. Let's do stuff in here. So now what we're going to do, we're going to call. So here we need to have extern uh, get available sources. No arguments. And then we need to have export function variable content ready. Pointer to any opaque. Optional pointer to any opaque because it could be null. I don't know what we're going to do in there. Just bring the pointer, I guess. And in here we call get available sources. Now, watch this go horribly wrong. There's just no way that this doesn't horribly poop itself. But again, at least we get to observe what makes it poop itself. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Bridge retains casts have no effect when not using arc. Call to declare function shareable content ready. Yeah, so that is a fair point. We need the external definition in here as well, right? So void shareable content ready void star. There you go. It exists. And then it doesn't like the bridge stuff. Did the AI lie to us? I feel like the AI lied to us somehow. As crazy as it might seem. No, it seems that we're good. Okay. Got content any opaque. Wait, is it that easy? Hello from Objective C. Yo, is it that easy? You know what? Maybe it's on me. Maybe I didn't trust Zig enough. We got content. Now let's see what the definition of SC shareable content is. No, please, dude, don't give me fucking Swift. Interface. It's an NS object. Yeah, so we cannot interact with it, can we? I think we need to. No, I'm not gonna use this. Um, I think it's easier for us in this case. Like, also, you know what? I guess maybe we could, but I think it requires some understanding of Objective C that I don't know if I want to gain. And ultimately, I think it's easier for us to just write wrappers. So, for example, let's add something to free this stuff. So void release content. Actually, you know what? Let's prefix them all with content. Content release. And then this accepts a content. How do they do it? Void star content? Let's do the release step. So these are the init. I think we can make a type for this. Now watch these. Now watch these power move. Pub const content becomes an opaque, and we give to it a bunch of methods. So we give I guess we can give it an init and the init. Let me think about it for a second though. We can do request async. We could do function pointers, but I think like statically, like doing it statically, it's fine. Give me a second. Where so it means that you have to specify a callback. Where do you specify the callback then? Hmm. Okay, the request part, I'm not so sure yet, but we can do definitely the init. what's it called? Content release. Wait, can I put this at the bottom? Yeah, I guess I can put them all at the bottom. So there we go. So we now have the init. I guess the constructor should be like should be a pointer cast basically, but there's no pointing even there's a method to do that. It can just be a normal pointer cast. But we could do form pointer. Whatever. Okay. And then we can make it do stuff. So we can, for example, list displays. Okay, so I guess the next step is the next thing that we can do. Yeah, you can. You know what? You can even put these like next to one another. So you could put it right above, so that you know that that's basically a the one below is a wrapper for the one above. You can even give them better names, right? You can, instead of content release, you call it content init. Um, okay, so next pub function. Um, I guess we can iterate displays. Display iterator. And then down here we can have pub const display iterator. Is that a struct or a? This is one is a struct, which has some kind of index, I guess. And has pub function next. Also, it has an S array. Let me think about it for a second. Pointer to any opaque, I guess. And then we give it next. Next has and it's gonna call some kind of extern, something like display at, which takes in a shit. What's a U size in C? Pointer size T, right? Just size. Wait, size T. Wait, what does what's our equivalent of that? C size? Yeah, but I don't remember what's our version of that because we have C int, we have C a few things. I forget all of them. Okay, let me I forget the full list. Let's go check it out quickly in the docs. Integer types. Gimme C long double. No, you're lying. You're lying? We have C int. Wait, we have C int and maybe even more. Wait a second. Ah, there we go. It's a long. Oh, there we go. Oh, I can just use usize. Wait, I can just plop usize. Okay, exception display at usize, which gives me a we're gonna lie. We're gonna claim that this returns a um pointer to display, even though that's not exactly what it that's not exactly the same that they think on the other side, but it's fine. It basically does the pointer casting automatically for us. Um so there we go. And then we define display. But display is an opaque instead. It's not abstract. Because this basically this represents an entry in that I don't know what the fuck this thing is called on the other side. But this guy will have its own things. I guess we can leave it something. We can at least give it something like print name. I'm guessing these things will have a name. So pub function get name. Maybe we can get it null terminated. What do you say? Can we get it null terminated at least? What am I doing? Something like this. Okay. So I think we're gonna need to hammer this stuff a little bit more, but we're starting to have our wrapper for this stuff. Display iterator is going to be and that also needs an extra function. Okay, we're gonna need some pointer casts around this stuff, but let's start building this bit by bit. Let's see, did I miss anything? Let's see. I found Zig Objective C quite easy to use, and you can get pretty far with it. Yeah, it's a horrible single shooter over C. Uh, yeah, but the problem is that doing this stuff from Zig, it means that you lose all the automatisms that you get from the syntax sugar in C. To me, I would be happy to use Zig Objective C if I understood Objective C better. And I think that since I don't understand Objective C really well, nor I think I really want to, I think it's easier to stay in Objective C and like have people or even stupid Claude help me uh with Objective C code rather than interfacing with Objective C code from a Zig library. Okay, so we need to define a bunch of functions here. So what do we have? We have content init. Um, content display iterator. Actually, this is more content display list because um, this gives me just an array, not an iterator. Technically, we could ask this guy to tell us how big the array is. But who cares? Okay, so content display array, so we can return, we can do content return void star content dot displays. Then we have um, I mean, technically, we don't even need to have this because we could build an iterator instead of having an an S array in here. We could just write this on top of display iterator. Could work on top of the content thing itself, but uh, that's fine, I guess. Okay. Then this returns a pointer. Then we just turn into this thing, and then we need to call display at. Oh, which was the weirdo signature, an S array with generics that the other guy suggested. What did you want me to do in the beginning? An S array of SC display star. I think I might need to turn off automatic reference counting, because if this guy is trying to do automatic reference counting on this in these functions, I don't know if this is gonna work out, but we'll see. Um, so we assume that we get displays, and then we want to, and then an index. How do you index into an array? It's not with square brackets, is it? Oh wait, I think I know. I'm gonna make this up, but I think I know. Is it something like this? Um, square this, and then fuck, I don't know. At colon index. Does this return null? Yeah, I'm not doing Swift because I want to have I want to have everything be self-contained with Zig. Like I want to do Zig build, no weird dependencies, and it should poop out working stuff. Actually, you know what? This is gonna be another tab with Cloud. Oh, thank you. So I was almost there. Hopefully this returns null if we go out of bounds. Or maybe not. Maybe we should do this. Wait, why am I getting diagnostics now? Holy shit. There's no null. 0, I guess. Okay, errands went away. I YOLO. Okay, well, so this is display at. Then we need display get name. Okay, this motherfucker is already changing its mind. Middle reply. What is all this crap? Oh god. Here's how to get them. Get the NS string name. Actually, there's no direct name property, but you can use display ID, unique identifier. You'll need to use core graphics. This is not C++. Get the localized name from IOKit. Jesus Christ. Okay, I think the display ID is fine. The fuck is a display ID? It's a uint32t. So we can return display ID. I mean, at this point, I still need to get ID. Okay. Um, I guess better than nothing. So that means that in core, we can call get available sources, which is gonna call this guy, which I think we can be evil and cast this already to an optional um, content. Where are we? We're in client core, the media slash string capture.zig, not content. So this needs to be optional. Then okay, so this should cause a bunch of programming of compile errors. That's what it should do. So I'm expecting a ton of casts that need to be done explicitly, which I'm not doing explicitly, and stuff like that. Display at expecting an argument found 2. Good point. Next, undefined symbol, content display array, display at display get ID. And yet, coincidentally, you know what are the ones that are missing? You know why these look suspicious? Like these are the ones that don't work. I think it's because they don't have void star pointers. Now watch content display array become available. Maybe not. Hmm. It's am I typoing names? Content display array. Content display array. Is it because this function returns a value? This is the first case that we're doing a function that returns a value. But this should not be compiled as Objective C++. What's going on? Also, why is the top one fine? So here's what we can do. Let's do wait, let's do verbose. And this will tell us where the Objective C stuff is somewhere in this mess. I see frameworks, libsilk, um, I see DVUI, I see libtricitor. I think I might need to copy this into an editor. Select lib opus tools, blah, 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 blah. Does this wait? Is this where this object file is then? No. This is an include path. So I wonder where did this guy get compiled to? I guess the problem is that we are not linking against it. So we're adding it to our compilation. No, but it should be its own compilation unit, right? This guy should be its own compilation unit somewhere. Um, I think it's because it's cached and or maybe it was a previous command. Build exe, build lib. Hmm. Okay, you know what? We're gonna copy everything. Dash E. Yeah. The imports, and we don't know where this goes, right? Am I just being a dum dum? Okay, what's in here? Wait a second. I'm an idiot. We're having this trouble. We're having these issues when compiling the TUI client, which is fair. Okay, we have these. We're having these issues with the TUI client. I wonder why we didn't have them before, but I guess it's because somehow. It's not somehow. It's the import. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Look, if this import, I put it inside somehow. Except that it doesn't allow me to do this anymore. But if I were to put this inside, then it would work again. Okay. So how do we do this? You know what? Fuck it. Comes any opaque. We import content in here, and then we do const content is. And now maybe this causes other errors, but it's not gonna be the same at least. Apart from Zig, what other languages do you like? I don't know. I don't know, man. I think I'm liking all languages less and less, if you ask me. Ooh. Okay, why is this a problem now? So we're still having trouble with the TUI. Well, you know what? Maybe we always had them. We can do this. You can just run the GUI step. Oh, and it still analyzes the TUI stuff though. Hmm. Why though? Okay, why was it working in the beginning and we broke it now? What is the TUI stuff doing? The TUI stuff is not calling this function. To be fair, we are exporting this function. Yeah. Maybe this is an opportunity to improve the build stuff. Okay. So that did kind of work. So we compiled first try. That also surprises me. Okay, can we... Okay, then the next question is, can we move this out here? Delete this and change this into content? Okay. NS exception. Lib C++ API. What? Terminating app due to uncaught exception. NS invalid argument exception. Reason. NS array length. Unrecognized selector sent to instance blah blah blah. First row callback. Hello Temporus. Unrecognized selector sent to instance. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's probably fair. I made up this thing. I made up that you could do length on displays. That's probably not. How do you get a... How do you get the length of a NS array? Array count or array.count. Oh man. There we go. I've been writing far too much Zig today. Nah, that's not possible. Okay, what is bitching about? Use on a clear identifier array. Oh wait. Displays.count. Sorry. If only this thing could also catch... Man, Objective-C is so runtime heavy. What a fucking nightmare, man. Okay, we're good. Display 2. So we see one display that has ID 2. Maybe. That sounds fine. I think we're ready for showing a preview image. So let's get this fucking preview. Surely that's not going to involve a bajillion different things that you need to do to get those fucking pixels, right? Get thumbnail. For each source, you get a thumbnail. You know what? I'm going to copy first and think later. So copy first. Get thumbnail. Given a display. Again, a fucking completion. Can you just not do it like this? Well, it's not that I'm a Mac holdout. It's that you need to implement this for all platforms, right? If you're making like if you're serious about being a Discord alternative, you have to conquer all. Yes, you do. If you don't, no. If you don't, you're just a fucking like you're a clown. You have to conquer all the platforms. Like if you're half-assing it if you're not aiming for all platforms. Otherwise, like you're not serious at being a Discord replacement. You're just gonna be yet another neck beard thing that only Stallman uses while eating nail food. Yeah, Apple sucks, whatever. You know what? I bet you that this is gonna be a walk in the park compared to what you have to do on Windows. I bet you that Windows is gonna be 10 times more insane. You still gotta do it. You still gotta do it. And Linux is also gonna be its own. When 2-3% of users are OSX, what's the point? Well, what is the percentage of Linux users though? Like, what's the percentage of Linux users for Discord, for example? Still gotta do it though. I'll be right back. Maybe you had an excuse back when you were using I don't know, C when you were using another language. Maybe you could have had an excuse to not do multi-platform. But if you're using Zig, what's your excuse? Like, you just have to sit down and do it. There's nothing that can stop you except your own lack of will. There we go. So, get thumbnail. Why is this another one with completion? So these are all acing things. Well, you know what? I guess this is not bad, maybe. So capture image with filter, SC content filter alloc init display excluding Windows empty. Configuration. SC stream configuration alloc init completion handler. If error, blah blah blah. Now I have to decide if the completion handler is what I want or not. I think that the completion handler is good for us. Maybe. But I'm not sure. In any case, I think there's no point in talking about which platform is crap for whatever reason. They all have their own quirks and extremely annoying issues. Each and every single one of them. Apple is Apple. Windows is a pile of garbage. Linux is an endless Ouroboros of different things that are like half supported, and like you just can't pick one without thinking, because there's the guys that have pipewire, there's the guys that have pulse audio, there's the guys that have jack, there's the guys that have ALSA, there's the guys that have Wayland, there's the guys that have X, there's the guys that for some reason fucking hate both of them, and so they will come at you and say, well, how come that you don't support my $sign weirdo bullshit that 5 guys use on the whole planet? So whatever. Okay, so how does how does the how does the callback system play into what we're doing right now? Because it means that our functions cannot be just normal functions, or they could if they were to. Well, they could with a mutex maybe. So you call the function. The function calls into the Objective C code. Also, like, on which thread is this stuff running? Like, where is the thread that calls the callback coming from? We don't even know. Um. So how would we wire this for real? I mean, I'm gonna resume messing around and trying to get something working soon, but I do wonder, how should we make this work for real after that? So I'm guessing this thing has its own thread pool, and then it calls your callback from another thread in the thread pool, I guess. Mm, so the UI wants to initiate this stuff, but obviously we don't block. We do, but in any case, this approach is good because we don't want to block the UI in well, in Objective C code, fetching thumbnail previews and stuff. So that means that we should treat these things maybe as events, meaning that whenever this completes, we push into the core task queue. So the core will receive a event that says something like display thumbnail ready. And if we still are looking at thumbnails, if we still are looking at displays, then we store it in there. Otherwise, we don't even do that. So yeah, so I do think that the callback system is good. That's kind of what we want. It's gonna make it more awkward to do what we're doing right now, but should be fine. How's YouTube doing? Okay, YouTube is doing fine. I have also let me see if I can show. Look how popular of a streamer I am. Let me see if I can find it. Now I'm live. That's awesome. But can I do shorts and then Zig Showtime from shorts? Oh, search. Oh, wait. There's a tab for shorts. Does it show live stuff? It doesn't. Why does it not show live stuff? Filters. Live. Right, but this is the full thing. This is not the shorts one. So the thing is, I have also enabled a vertical live stream, which is completely broken because it's centered on the wrong part of the screen. So it's just showing like a middle section with just some random chunks of source code. You can't see my face, you can't see chat, but it's running on shorts. Uh, but I can't even find it. Like, how would I even go there? There's no button to find the stream, the shorts version of the stream. Yeah, they are. They are. They tend to be garbage, and now I just added my garbage to the pile. And I can't even see what I'm streaming. I mean, I have a preview in my editor, I guess. Oh, copy video URL. Wait. I might have solved it. No, that gives me the big one. So wait, the only way of seeing the small one is for you to scroll to it. Like, I have to say, as much as I love shitting on Amazon and saying that everything that they do is the Amazon Basics version of whatever it is that they're doing. So Twitch is essentially Amazon Basics streaming. But man, is Google dropping the ball so disgustingly when it comes to YouTube. Everything is shorts have a half-assed implementation. Live streaming has a half-assed implementation. Live streaming plus shorts, quarter-assed. Uh, no, I guess because you want the wait. So when you say that something is half-assed, something asked 50%, would it be better or worse than something asked 51%? Like, does the percentage represent the correct completion of the task, assuming that the remaining 50% is the failure, or is it how much you're asking something? Again, so is 51% asking something worse or better than 50% asking something? 51% is better. Ass is effort. I see. Everybody seems to agree that asking more than 50% is better. Okay. By the way, thank you. This has been these are like the serious questions, that do need answering, and I'm glad that as a community we're figuring this stuff out. Okay. So then I'm correct in saying, hello, Crypto Code. Yes, we are working on that. So I'm correct in saying then that live streams on shorts are being quarter-assed by Google. Okay. Well, never mind. Carry on. Keep yapping about SDL and Unity. It's fine. I'll go back to the screenshot stuff. So that means that we need to adapt to the async nature of these functions right away. Okay, let's make space for this stuff. So that means that in core, our core state needs to have a wouldn't it be simpler to have something written in Swift with the IPC over the app? No, not at all. If you add Swift, you have to compile Swift with a separate compiler. Now your entire build process is more complicated than it was before. You still have to deal with the async nature of this stuff because you want to initiate these requests from the UI thread. The UI thread is, you clicking the button start screen sharing is what starts the whole ordeal. But then you obviously don't want to block the UI thread on this stuff being computed. So you have to handle this stuff as events no matter what. So, yeah. Maybe, you know what we can do for simplicity for simplicity for now, instead of making it out network and audio ready, oh look, we already have though network events, audio events. We might as well turn that into a screen share event. I think these are utilities no matter what. So we can say kind in display or what was it, like application? I'm gonna call it app for now. ID. And then something else. Okay, what is this something else? What is this going to be? Um display width, display height. Capture image with filter. That gives us an image. What's the fucking image though? It's a CG image ref. Window, thank you. Yeah. Something like this. So you can add a screen share event that tells you that a thumbnail is ready. So that means that in our state, oh wait, well you're right. That's technically it's screen share SS and then switch SS, um, which is gonna be there we go. Okay, for now that's all we're gonna do. Are going to support display app share. That's what I am implementing right now. Not in a very serious manner. I'm prototyping I'm doing, a first pass to kind of see what the OS API looks like. And so yeah, that's what you're watching me do right now. Okay, so for now we're just gonna log. So for now we're just gonna log, and so we're gonna need to create a callback basically. Um, so we're gonna need to create a callback. thumbnail ready, I guess. We're also not doing error reporting. We should do error reporting, but one bit at a time. So thumbnail ready is going to be void. And so here's what we can do. The cool thing about these callbacks is that they can kind of block, so it's fine. They also kind of want globals, but it's fine. So we can do in here, we can do what's it called? Send message. We can do put event. Actually, do we have a reference to ourselves? We have init, we have run. This is the annoying part. We don't have a reference to ourselves. So either we keep passing around a reference to ourselves, or we kind of can't. We can do log state, but that log state wants still wants a pointer to core. Okay, so this all starts from function screen share stuff. Where is it? Begin screen share. This calls this, needs to pass down core. Get available resources needs to pass down core. Or we can just accept a pointer to core. Then this guy gives the pointer to this function. And then this function in here calls something like get thumbnail, or like prepare thumbnail, process thumbnail. How do we call it? D dot capture thumbnail. You need to pass down core. Thumbnail ready needs to receive also core. And then here then we can do core dot put event, screen share, thumbnail. Well, certainly ref is going to be ref. The rest, I don't know. Which editor is this? This guy. Flow control.dev. Expected any opaque found optional any opaque. Yeah, fuck it. Let's say that this is a non-optional any opaque. Missing start field kind, yeah. Fuck. Okay, you know what? For now, I'll code these to display, whatever. And then we miss ID. Okay. Well, I guess we do we wanna catch free this resource. By any case. Okay, so this is how we have to make it work. Woo! let's go do all the bookkeeping now. So, thumbnail ready. Also, maybe thumbnail ready should be put not in here. You know what? Thumbnail ready should leave um inside of screen capture, I think. Although here we don't know what core is. Should this import core? Yeah, I think it should. Yeah, because it's a pointer. You're basically relying. You're essentially relying on the fact you're hoping to God that your types match, because you're not gonna get compile error if the types don't match. But as long as you're passing around pointers, you can. If the types are not pointers, then you need to use a type that is C ABI compatible, like extern structs or the right type of integer. But pointers are a it's like usize. Pointer is a type that both C and Zig talk about in the same way. Then whether it's a pointer to this or to that, that's just part of the type system. So it's inconsequential to the ABI. On Zig side, on the Objective C side, it seems, and I might be wrong, but it seemed that putting classes in signatures would cause weird shit to happen to the function naming convention and calling convention and whatnot. So that in that case, more weird shit might be happening. But on the side of Zig, you're just passing a pointer. The type of the pointer doesn't matter. Or well, or rather, it has to match for your logic to be correct. But ABI wise, it's the same. Hmm. I think I'm missing some stuff, but anyway. Well, so far this doesn't seem too bad. I mean, you have to breach some stuff, but it's fine. Export a symbol collision. Oh, it's because I haven't saved this other file or something. Okay, give me a sec because I'm starting to get confused by my own shit. So I changed some signatures. Now it's more complicated. We were saying that shareable get available resources gets in a core pointer. So void star core, and then we pass down this core to this function. Then shareable content ready, which you currently have in here. We'll accept core. So get available resources. Okay, so let's follow the full stream. So get available resources gets core. This is ready. This is correct. Then it calls shareable content ready with the right parameters. Yes, we then pass the correct parameter to capture thumbnail because it's the other async thing. The other ones don't need it, but capture thumbnail does because capture thumbnail needs to pass it to thumbnail ready. No, it needs to pass it to display thumbnail capture. Actually, this can be this. It will work. I don't know why I haven't done this already. This will work. Okay, so this is better. Yeah. Core display. Maybe display should be the first argument and core the second. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. Yeah. And then down here also the core. Okay, then in the M stuff, we're talking about display thumbnail capture, which is this. Takes a display, doesn't take any fucking like callback. Takes core as the second argument. Then down here, it calls not this, but it calls instead thumbnail ready. Passing down image and core. But, well, we need to, now what the fuck to do with image or something like that? Also, image doesn't have, these are not pixels. So we're gonna need to do a lot more stuff to this image before we can get to the pixels, but we're getting there. So we need to do the bridge transfer stuff. Bridge retain, wait. Because we need to retain image and then we need a free thing for image. Cast has no effect, call to, and yeah, you can go away. Is this objective C? It is, yeah. Why does it say that? Why does it think that his image is not have no effect when not using arc? I think this has to do with all the compiler errors that we're having. We saw this complaint also earlier, but you know what? It's fine. So we can do void thumbnail the init, which takes a CG image ref image and just calls this. What does that do? Are you saying that we don't have automatic reference counting turned on by default? Oh, you know what? Fuck this. For now, I'm not gonna care. Let's just do thumbnail ready. Oh, also, wait a second. Also, this CG image ref. I think this is a pointer type, but I don't know for sure. That is a problem. Okay. Get pixels for image. Get image dimensions. Bits per component, bits per pixel, bits bytes per row, pixel data. Method 2, draw into a bitmap context. Gives you control over format. Okay, we'll see. We'll see once we get there. So we can pass an image ref to our code. So thumbnail ready, retain with star, blah, blah, blah. So from here, we call capture thumbnail, which calls thumbnail ready. Thumbnail ready is in here. Thumbnail ready gets a few things that are not what we would want. So in here, we want to say that we pass image. We pass also display.display ID and then core. We pass down also the ID because it's useful. So our callback in here, actually, let's see if no, I changed the order of these things, right? Core is the last one. Actually, the full order is wrong. So ref ID core. Okay. Too many arguments to function call. Okay. Shareable content ready. What do we give to it from Objective-C? We give it core and content. You know what? Let's give core as the second parameter. Then we need to update the signature. Then we need an excellent definition also of thumbnail ready. Let's put the semicolon. Oh yeah, already is fair. Okay, got content, blah, blah, blah. Segmentation fault. Return void start content dot displays. Yeah. So it might be that we need to grab a pointer. So you need to do this. Or not. Address of property expression requested. Oh man. Wait, is it like this? No. Okay. I think the cast is wrong. We're not passing around a pointer. Okay, so okay. So we're trying to access the NS array, but we're failing at that. So here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna change the iterator to just work off of content directly. So basically, we want in here, iterator doesn't have an S array, but it has a content. Display iterator doesn't call shit. Iterator just does dot content equals content equals C. There we go. Keeps track of the index, calls display at. Content. In Objective-C, we don't do this. Display at takes in a, doesn't take this, takes a SC shareable content. Content displays count, blah, blah, blah. Return. Content of displays object add. Boom. Still seg fault. Segmentation fault when doing content dot displays. Interesting. Are we somehow fucking up? So do I need to turn on arc for this to work? But it was working before, right? Hmm. Because we are doing this. Hmm. What is making us poop ourselves so much? I think we need to print these pointers a little bit at this point. So I would say so in here we do print got content blah blah blah, and we get a pointer. Let's print this pointer also when we created the display iterator or recall next on it. What is it that makes it die actually? Is it inside calling next? Yeah, it's inside calling display at. So before this, let's do std.log.debug. I'm new to your channel. Why did you choose Zig? Because it's a good low level programming language that allows you to make good software when you want to dive deep into things and not just glue dependencies together. So we agree on this pointer. So they should not be garbage. Can you just not do dot displays on a pointer to this thing or what? I think the problem is that, you know what? I actually don't know. I don't know why we're having this trouble. Who displays? I guess I can do that. Yeah. Yeah, it would have surprised me a lot if it were to work. I think the problem, I think we're stuck faulting because this guy got freed in the meantime. That's my suspicion. That being said, that being said, wait a second. Stop. Stop. We were able to display. We were able to display a display ID. Wait a second. We've been able from here. We got here. We saw the correct display ID for some stuff. It was working. We broke it. Somehow we broke it. We got here. Was Awebo going to be a Discord client alternative, not entire Discord, or am I hallucinating? You are hallucinating, my friend. It is a full Discord replacement. We are implementing the server as well. I would even argue, what even is the point of making a new Discord client? Like, sure, you get yourself, if you make a good job, you get yourself free from Electron, but you're never going to be able to, yeah, setting aside that it's against the terms of service, but what are you going to achieve? You're going to achieve a marginally better experience than what you already have with Discord. and then you have the risk of getting your account banned. What's the point? Also, here's a good rule for life: do not build on other people's platform. If somebody else has a platform, think about it 10 times before building anything on it. In this case, it's in this case, it's even a in this case, it's even a ouch. In this case, it's even a platform that doesn't want you to do this, but even on platforms that do want you to do stuff, they're gonna change their mind, they're gonna change the agreement, and they will be in control, and you won't be. Don't even publish your blog posts on other platforms that you don't own. Like, don't post on Medium or whatever the fuck. Build your own blog, control your content. Don't like, building on other people's platforms is not a thing that you want to do lightheartedly. I think in any case that we broke something else, you know. Um, yeah, I think we broke something else. Okay, give me a second. I broke something. I bet you that it's something that has to do with argument ordering. I think we're using core somewhere instead of content capture correctly, and we're fucking this stuff around. So basically, I made the mistake that I told you earlier that the compiler would not protect you against. I'll be right back. I'm back. I always wanted to ask one thing about Zig. What places is trying to take? The low level C, like. Also, what else am I missing? I would more likely everything on Discord searching something is nearly impossible. Can we get all the forums back? I mean, they still exist, so we have one. Like, if you like the old forum experience, go to zigit.dev. I mean, sorry, this one obviously is specific to Zig, but we have a forum community for people that like forums, and for people that like a different experience. Then we have other communities that are on different platforms. Some people like the Discord-ish experience, but Discord itself, it's shittifying. So yeah, we're working on fixing that. Oh shit. There we go. So as for where is it? What place it's trying to take? Zig is a low-level programming language, yes, kind of like C, yes. But when you say that C is a low-level programming language, you are implicitly talking within the frame of there's high-level programming languages that are easy to use, like Go, Python, and JavaScript, for example. And there's low-level programming languages like C, C++, maybe Rust, Zig. And those are the hard ones. Those are the ones that you shouldn't touch because they're too complicated. I would argue that this is not entirely wrong because obviously getting started with Python, like Hello World in Python, significantly easier than Hello World in Zig. And also, same is true for C and C++. I mean, sorry, maybe not Hello World specifically, but you're making a simple application. It's easier to make a simple application in Python than it is to make it in a lower level programming language. That being said, I've written some software as of late with Zig, and writing the same software with the same, user experience in Python, Go, JavaScript, and company would have been impossible. I will also add that while possible, it would have been also significantly harder to write that same software in C or C++. So, in my opinion, Zig takes lower level programming, makes it more accessible. And to what degree that extra accessibility matters to you depends on who you are. Like if you are already somebody who knows C, then maybe it's not going to matter to you much because you're already used to C. So whatever. But if you're somebody who comes from a higher level programming language, it's not that hard to get used to Zig. And actually, the only thing that hurts, like when you're using Zig, the only thing that hurts is the fact that you never learn how to program a computer because you always use the language that makes you program a virtual machine. So you don't know what a pointer is, you don't know what memory management is. But that being said, it's not that hard. You get used to it very quickly. And you discover that there is a huge space, a huge design space when it comes to your software that you just never had access to because the language was hiding that entire spectrum from you. So when I said I wrote some software, I mean specifically, for example, Zine, my static site generator. It's a static site generator, kind of like Hugo for Go or other similar things. But I'd encourage you to try it out just so you can see how fast it is. It's significantly faster than all the other ones. Now, speed doesn't always matter, but it does matter more than we tend to think about it, generally speaking. I was happy with this experience. Before using Zine, before using Hugo, I was using Gatsby, which was written in JavaScript, and it would take Gatsby more than 60 seconds to render my personal blog, which had like a dozen posts on it. Let me tell you, it is not normal for a computer. I'm talking about like not a shitty computer. I'm talking about like it was a few years ago. But I'm talking about a beefy MacBook Pro had trouble. Would take 60 seconds to build a static website. That is not okay. Computers are orders of magnitude, multiple orders of magnitude faster than that. So it sucks. So the point is, does it matter that you made a super turbo fast static site generator? By itself, maybe not, it doesn't matter. But once you start having a website that is a little bit big, like you don't ever want to have to wait 60 seconds for a website, no matter how big it is. And with Zine, I would argue that you would have to make something ginormous to ever make it crawl to a point where it takes 60 seconds for it to generate a website. So, that's it. Okay, let's retrace our steps. From core, we grab content, shareable content ready is called by M, and look, it passes core first and content second, while in core we do content first, core second. Well, that explains our conundrum. So that's what it is. That's what it was. As simple as that. There we go. No more crash. Let's see. They're usually created for a reason. Rust does have a memory safety gimmick. That's the main selling point of Rust. Well, it also has a less dusty toolchain. Although in terms of toolchain, I think that Zig has more potential than Rust. I don't know if we can say that it is better than Rust today, but I mean with Zig, like you can see that you see what I'm doing right now, right? I'm making this cross-platform application. I have Objective-C code. I'm compiling everything with Zig. You can do Zig build on whatever machine and it's gonna work. We can cross-compile everything. Rust can't do that because Rust doesn't concern itself with C or C++. Rust only does Rust. There we go. No more crash. Ghosty is requesting to bypass the system private window picker and directly access your screen and audio. This will allow Ghosty to record your screen and system audio, including personal or sensitive information that may be visible or audible. Holy shit. Allow? Screen share thumbnail ready for display too. We actually had this already before we pressed allow. So long story short, we're blaming Ghosty for everything that we're doing right now. Fine by me. Okay, so we got a screen share thumbnail ready for display too. So the next step is we need to store it somewhere. So let's imagine the core has also a hash map of these things. keys are display IDs. But for now, I'm just doing display. And values are going to be what? Um, we need an image, right? Maybe we can do content.image. What do you not like about that? Content has no member named image. And yet it does. Okay. Hello, X2. So here we said thumbnail contains a pointer to content.image. Just call it image, I guess. So when we receive it, we do core. Oh, wait. Do we actually have core locking here? I don't think we do, right? Yeah, no, we need to procure a lock. And then we do core dot dot get or put. This is more like the opposite. If found existing value pointer dot the init, which we have not implemented yet. Okay, so with this, we are placing this image in there. Maybe we should make it an array list. Sorry, a hash array list. Whatever. Auto array hash map. That's what I meant. Unmanaged. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Um, so we don't have the init. So let's go give this guy the init. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm still gonna put this outside. Okay. Um, I need some progress. What's the error that keeps popping up? There's no the init on. Yes, there is. Come on, what the fuck do you want? Oh, is it dot star? Okay, I think it was dot star. Okay. So far so good. So that means that we do have these images now. Uh, the last thing that remains is in the UI. We need somehow to render these images. So we need to find in the UI the code that does rendering, and we need to GUI slash finisher box. There we go. Floating window. This guy. So here we go. Backhand texture create slices bytes. Blah 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 nearest. This is the hard part because this is where we're trying to mess around with pixel data. And the hard part for me, because everything else seems to be not that complicated, but this part seems problematic because we need to go from rendering 4 pixels. What you've been seeing up until now is just 4 pixels that we've been rendering. So we need to go from that to taking the image in whatever format we have and somehow make it work. So for example, what does texture create allow us to do? Create a DVI texture for pre-multiplied alpha pixels in RGBA. The return pointer is what will later be passed to draw clip triangles. From pre-multiplied alpha pixels in RGBA. Pre-multiplied alpha pixels RGBA. Now, just watch how complicated it's going to be to get RGBA from the Mac. So here we can create a buffer. Oh, 4 bytes per pixel. Did somebody say RGBA? Bitmap context create. Draw the image into our buffer. Now buffer contains RGBA pixels. Clean up. Maybe we want to do this work not on the rendering phase. Maybe we want to do this work one time when we receive the image. Okay, I'm gonna copy this code. And we're gonna place this back in screen share my quest. Okay, let's see. Get pixels from image. So this is going to be image, get pixels. Give me an image. If not image, return. No. So this is going to be a pointer to uint 8t pointer. Return null. Get image dimensions. Fine, 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 fine. Method 1, direct access to data provider read only. Oh. Why are we even using this stuff? I mean, maybe, okay, maybe showing us information that is good to have. Format depends on the image, usually BGRA or RGBA. Clean up pixel data. Method 2, draw into bitmap context. Gives you control over format. Yeah, but we can be optimistic. We can be optimistic. We can be optimistic and say that we can be optimistic and say that we got the right thing, the right stuff. Okay. To have image get pixels, the screen capture, we do image get pixels. Actually, this is optional. We can do this. Boom. So now we have the pixels in theory. Now, what do we need to know here? Does this wants to know width and height. So we need to know a little bit more. So we need to know width and height and the pixels. So we can make this a struct, I guess. I'm gonna call it pixel data or just pixels. I don't remember C syntax for structs. Something like this. Maybe. Is this good syntax? No. Oh, you're right. This whole thing that you have to repeat the struct keyword, it's curious, but fine. Oh, and then you can return this, right? You have to return 000. Expected expression, expected expression. Wait, is this not how you return start instances? Do I need to do pixels? Oh, do I need to do start pixels? Oh my god, I need to do start pixels. Oh no. I now understand why people type def structs all over the place. Is that it? Expected expression. Okay, how the fuck do you return a struct in C? Oh my god. How do you return a struct? So first of all, is this correct? I think I got my definition right. Okay, why am I using Google when I should be using... Oh, only C99 plus. God forbid we do this, huh? God forbid we do this stuff in C89. So we got building, okay, but I don't want to run this immediately because it's not wired in. So so the syntax on the Objective C end is now correct. Awesome. Now in screen share box, we don't want to do this. We want to do this. Pixels equals um we need the core. Is client core wrong here? It is. Where the fuck are we? Oh, the problem is that we're oh, God knows where we are. 1, 2. Mm, they're like first. No. Because equals if thumbnails.len is 0, can do this guy, an ampersand maybe. Oh well, we know we need okay, we need something more complicated. Else what? Else the first thumbnails. Now this is not yet correct because these numbers also are not okay. So they need to come with this. Okay, so there's more stuff that has to happen. Yeah, I should probably type that for that struct. You know what? I'm gonna do this now. This is like this whole parenthesis shit is like insane. There we go. Oh, never mind. That is. Don't tell me that I still need the parentheses. You still need the parentheses, man. Oh no. Um. Okay. Let's finish the glue because we have not finished the glue. So this returns this struct, and we need to make a version of this on our end. So we need to go in screen capture, and pixels doesn't give us this. It gives us something else. We need to define const pixels, external struct that contains these bad boys. Oh, I mean, here we go. So now this is aligned. That means that in core, this is going to be different. Mm, no, this is not going to be different because we do get the image. But I guess we don't want to just store the image. We want to get pixels, or does it matter? I don't think it matters. I guess we can just call it. I think this version can be called from the rendering side. It should be fine. I guess we'll see. You know what? I'm not gonna do the thing where we render the other pixels. I'm just gonna do the thing. So if thumbnails .len is 0, just return. Just do an early return. We get the image, and then we do const pixels equals emg dot get pixels, and wait, did I delete the last line at some point by mistake? Oh my god, I deleted the last line at some point by mistake. I don't know what keybind does this, but it's absurd. I don't remember if it's width and then height. It is width and then height. Okay. This should be fine at this point. Hopefully. This guy needs core. This is optional, right? So we can do if pixels. Let's do like this. This is much better. Oh, these are supposed to be U32s, and they're not U32s on the other side. They are size D. I don't know. Int cast. Segmentation faulted address 0. CF data get byte pointer. Pixel data is 0. How am I getting... how am I getting null stuff in here? Can we log a pointer? Is 0 if you don't have permissions? That could be it. That could be it. Holy shit, we got terminated hard. We trapped. Okay, let's add some logging, I guess. Can we see the pixel data? So now we fail a little bit higher. Okay, let's add another log line. The fact that image is poop in this context is bad though. Something bad has happened. Of course, now we default um image. Okay. So let's see how get image pixels is called then. From Discord doesn't exist. From here, we do pass an image to get image pixels. Percentage P. So with this, we can see what the image pointer is. We can see if we're passing down garbage or not. And we can test this also in other places. So here's we have the image, the init. Okay. Is it getting fired before you get it? Yes, but in that case, it's not gonna be a problem because the array is empty. In fact, you do see that it draws once with nothing inside, and that's fine. So image pointer is okay, but then we trap. And we're doing the retained stuff. So we are retaining it. So we are retaining it. Are we somehow doing the init in the wrong way? But no, we're not. I'm worried that the fact that we are returning a struct is the problem. That is what's making me worried. Although, you know what I'm realizing? Maybe we're not. No, but I was about to say maybe we're not retaining something in here, but it doesn't matter because we have a route before we return. So that is bad. Okay, so if the error that we're getting has to do with not having permissions to do things, then I might need to restart Ghosty or run Awebo from another terminal. We have Kitty. We could use a sacrificial Kitty. We could sacrifice Kitty. I'm surprised the Ghosty didn't have to do that. Again, I guess I already did it for Ghosty. Image, wait, image pointer, something. Oh, we did make progress. Pixel data null. Where do we print pixel data null? Oh, here. So these returns null. There's no way that Claude doesn't know, right? Core foundation style. So if you need to keep it alive, call CG image retain, CG image release. Oh. I mean, that is a reason. We'll see if it works from here. If it doesn't work from here, like we don't make any progress from here, I'm gonna switch back to Kitty in case that I'm restarting the application. Holy shit! Well, what can I say? What can I say? Not bad, huh? do that 6 times per second and we have screen sharing. True. Oh man. Not bad, huh? I would say this is screenshot time. Um I forget the name of the screen capture application that I'm using. Screenshot X. Wait, I'm actually using another application to do what I just learned how to do myself. Oh well. Ta-da. But thumbnails are necessary for what display window they want to share. So it's progress. Not bad, huh? And now give me a sec because I need to go boast also in other places. Okay, there we go. Have you seen the Apple doc about screen capture? It looks cursed with 3 Qs. Might be wrong. Hey, yeah, we are screen capture. Well, we are thumbnail from. We are thumbnail. I have one thumbnail, which I'm rendering here. By the way, I'm leaking. Like, I think we're leaking hard at this moment. But yes. um. So the reason why I'm doing thumbnails is because, well, that's how it starts, right? You need to grab thumbnails so the users can decide what they want to share. And then step 2 is you get a screen share. You start a stream once you decided what to do. So there we go. Good progress. I would say this is good progress. Also, I don't know if you people notice, there is something like, wait, I'm colorblind, but I am noticing something slightly wrong. I think, are the channels swapped out? Am I getting the fucking non-RGBA stuff? I think we might have green and red swapped around. Still, you know what? I'll take it for now. Man, the fact that we need to do a conversion is kind of killing my mood. Why are they like this? Although, you know what? If that is the native thing that the OS does, I don't know. Maybe we can ask. Oh, you know what? I was about to say maybe we can ask the VUI to accept a different format. But you know what? Even in that case, what about other computers? Oh, but that doesn't matter because we do encoding first. So what matters is that if the VUI and the encoder can accept BGR, whatever the fuck macOS uses, then we don't need to touch anything. Otherwise, yeah, we'll need to swap pixels around. But not bad. I would say not bad. Although, why are we missing a little bit of the top? Why is this like slightly cut out at the top? Hmm. Who knows? Okay. Well, this is nice. Now we could stop here, but could you explain why immediate mode GUI with GPU acceleration are getting so much traction? I know the general advantages, but it seems they are really exploding lately. I am not an expert when it comes to GUIs. I guess people are just fed up with the other retained UI approach. My guess is that, well, so immediate mode GUIs were not a thing in the beginning. I don't even know for sure. Is it actually, are those ideas originally strictly from Casey? I remember that there is a very old video from Casey Moratori explaining the way he does UIs, which is essentially what we call today immediate mode UIs. Um, I think this is just that this approach is becoming more popular. And I'm guessing the retain mode UIs are generally speaking bloated. Maybe not all of them, but probably some are. And people are just trying a easier approach. Like I remember there's like complex life cycle management for stuff in I don't know, like Qt that you have to get right. And like with immediate mode GUIs, there's much less of that. There is still some lifecycle management that somebody has to do, but usually it's the framework that does it for you. So you as the user don't even have to worry about that. Where exactly, how exactly, like what exactly is the trade-off? I don't know, but idea. I don't know. So far with Awebo, this is good. So yeah. So long story short, the problem was that we were not retaining the image. We thought that the other approach would retain the image, but it turns out that like I don't even understand why there are two different systems for retaining the image. And whatever. So we got screen share. The beginnings of it, right? So technically, at this point, the next step is, well, first of all, clean up some of the half-assed stuff that I did. And then um after this, it's a matter of implementing all the GUI stuff to actually have the user do this selection, right? Because right now I'm just abusing a surface that I knew I could render an image to, and that was kind of it. But now we want to have something better than this. Now we want to have a proper UI that shows, okay, here's how you can select what you want to screen share. Hmm. I don't know. Does anybody have any questions in the meantime? I'm gonna take a quick. I mean, I'm gonna stay here, but I'm taking a moment to relax and enjoy the achievement before diving again into Objective C madness. Although that being said, honestly, the Objective C stuff was not that bad. Again, we didn't do all the proper work to get everything perfectly right, but we mostly did it correctly. We have the distractors, and I don't think we are leaking horribly. I think currently we are kind of leaking. If you remember, there was a last free thing that I commented out, and I'm that stuff is leaking. But yeah, there was kind of it. Yeah, achievement unlocked. Unlocked. Thank you. Thank you for the cheers. Okay, so can you explain the model of Awebo? Sure. Regarding multiple servers web client encryption, absolutely yes, I can. So Awebo is a self-posted system that does not have federation. So you download the Awebo server, install it on a server that you own, give the address to your friends, for example, and they can join. The Awebo client can connect to multiple servers, but they are all independent connections. Each server will have, like, every user will have their own account on each server. So every time you go to a new server, you will need to make a new account. Um, Servers will, I mean, kind of work similarly to Discord servers. They will have the concept of announcement channels that publish announcements over RSS. There is a concept also of, I'm using slightly different terminology. So in Discord, you have public channels and private channels. In Awebo, there's like a different list. So you have public channels which are meant to be readable on the internet, like exposed to the internet. So you will have channels that people can from well, as I said, the internet can browse. How that will work precisely, I don't know yet. I think there's a like performance trade-off that should be considered. So maybe they will not like update in real time. Maybe they will work more like public archives that get created, I don't know, once an hour, once a day, something like that. Then you have, so these are public channels. Then you have private channels. Private channels are normal channels, which are the ones that you can access if you have an account in the Awebo server. And then you have secret channels, which are what Discord calls private channels. So channels that only some users have access to. Then what else? For encryption, right now we don't have anything. I mean, you can see right that this application, I just learned how to grab a thumbnail from the OS. So like we're still in the early days, but Um, but our plan for security and also authentication all at once is to do MTLS. So long story short, you're going to have, TLS protection on the TCP connection. We don't know yet precisely what to do for the UDP connection because multimedia goes over UDP, but that also is going to be encrypted, obviously. If you're into end-to-end encryption, Awebo will not satisfy your kink too much in the sense that there is no concept of end-to-end encryption of messages because the server is a place that is mostly shared. It's shared by all the people in the server, so there's no point in doing end-to-end encryption. The admins of the server will see those messages because they are also users in there, and also not doing end-to-end encryption is, I don't know, it seems just a stupid idea in that context. For example, I don't understand why Matrix works that way when it comes to channels that are shared by, when it comes to public channels. I don't get it. There are no DMs for now. The plan is to add DMs in the future, but DMs will be a completely separate piece of functionality that is completely unrelated from servers. The long story short of it is that there are multiple reasons why I want to do it this way, but long story short, I think it's a horrible user experience to have private servers, like self-hosted servers, host your DMs, and also peer-to-peer. Alternatively, peer-to-peer is also a horrible idea. So I think that both peer-to-peer and using servers to host your DMs is a bad idea, self-hosted servers. So DMs will be a thing that we will tackle in the future. I personally think that it should be a centralized system. In that context, maybe end-to-end encryption would make more sense. I wouldn't be against it, although end-to-end encryption makes it much more complicated to do ban spam bots, for example. Actually the problem is that if you do end-to-end encryption, whoever runs the server, the system, can't see your DMs, good, but then they cannot see if you're interfacing with a spam bot or not. So there are ways around it. It just makes things more complicated. My point is, I think that we should have some end-to-end. We need to have. It is good to have chat applications that are end-to-end encrypted. I do not think that every single application under the sun needs to be end-to-end encrypted because it's trade-offs. You always the end-to-end encryption doesn't come for free. It comes with trade-offs. So I don't know if that will be the right trade-off for Awebo. In any case, doesn't matter. It's something that we're going to worry way into the future. Again, I just got one thumbnail going, so we don't even have video like screen sharing. So we first need to work on this stuff before we worry about the rest. If DMs go through a centralized service, they absolutely need to be end-to-end encrypted. I would argue that you have a much stronger need for end-to-end encryption if you send your DMs to a private server owned by your friends. I would argue that it is much more important that your friends don't read your DMs rather than one entity that runs, like for example, DMs in Discord, I believe, are not end-to-end encrypted. I doubt that Discord employees have read the DMs of any of the people in this chat. Um, that being said, obviously some privacy is good. Obviously having end-to-end encryption is good. So I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is, if instead of being Discord and Discord employees, it was your friends who were hosting your DMs, holy shit, you do want those to be encrypted at that point. That's what I'm saying. And that's it. But the point is, in any case, it doesn't matter because we are not giving DMs to self-hosted servers. Not at all. So Yeah. So in any case, don't waste time talking about DMs because we're not doing DMs for a while. So I don't know, what else do people want to know? Other things that are relevant for Awebo. In Discord, if you want to have 1080p screen sharing for all your users, you have to buy 7 boosts. 7 boosts cost 35 euros, $35, give or take. Our goal is to reduce that cost 10x. So the idea is that with Awebo, you can go to Hetzner, buy the crappiest VPS possible. You can buy this bad boy, which is a 2 virtual CPUs, not like entirely allocated to you. You also have friends. You also have neighbors who are gonna eat your CPU cycles. So basically, you don't get vCPUs. You get 2 threads. That's kind of what you get. You get 2 threads on a CPU on a at least dual core CPU. You have 4 gigs of RAM, 40 gigabytes of hard drive, 20 terabytes of included traffic, and it costs €2.99 per month, or €3.49 if you also want IPv4. The goal is to have this bad boy be good enough for you to run your Awebo server with you and your friends. So the idea is that you have a handful of friends, like a dozen friends, and the idea is that you're going to be able to use this and screen share your you playing Call of Duty, the Fortnite, whatever the fuck, and this should be enough. I don't know yet if this is going to be feasible. Like, I don't know if this is what we are aiming for. I don't know if we will achieve that. It might be that it turns out that no, this is just too crappy. You need something more beefy. I don't know. Maybe you need to switch to, a server that has dedicated vCPUs at the very least. So maybe it might be that it has to cost more. We will know once we get there. But this is what we're aiming for, a 10x cost reduction compared to Discord. Why would you have to pay 35 euros a month? Spam detection can be done with end-to-end. Is there any other reason not to have it by default? Sure. End-to-end, for it to actually work, you have to get a lot of things right. Clients need to handle their own certificates. Like, I hate having to handle my certificates in Matrix when I don't care about end-to-end encryption. I went to a conference, or like even, I did online FOSDEM, and I went to an in-person conference. Both FOSDEM and that in-person conference were using Matrix as their chat server. And in that context, I did not give a flying fuck about having, managing my certificates and whatnot. I just wanted to have an account and say hi and like send questions to the speaker. And but that's not how it works, right? If you want to have end-to-end, you have to do the full dance. You have to care about your identity, etc. So my point is that it makes sense to do this stuff. Like, it makes sense to buy into the extra complexity when you care. When you don't, it is annoying. Yeah, Telegram, but Signal and Telegram do both end-to-end without any hassle. Well, I mean, isn't it annoying to move your WhatsApp history when you change your phone? Telegram gets away with it because most chats are not end-to-end encrypted. Like, I would say that Telegram in that sense is a decent model. You do end-to-end when you want end-to-end, and when you don't care about end-to-end, you don't do end-to-end, and you don't have any of the annoyance. Aren't certs important for even proving that you're you? That is a good point. So let me tell you about one feature that I want to have in Awebo, which is not end-to-end, but it does have to do with identity. When you have a self-hosted server, the server administrator can open the database and modify it. A server administrator can, or either that way or by running a modified version of the server, a server administrator could impersonate you. a server administrator could make it seem like you said something that you actually never said. There is no way around it without some form of encryption. So, how does it work? In Awebo, I want to do this. In contexts where you don't care about this, for example, you have a server with your friends and it's you and your 10 friends and you're just having fun, you're sharing memes, and maybe you do even have the admin that does stuff like that, but you play it for laughs. It doesn't matter. Nobody is out there to hurt you. Then you don't do anything and everything is gonna be fine. But then in public communities where it is more important for you to not be misrepresented, then the idea is that you can optionally use a public-private key system where you sign your messages. The details are a little bit complicated because it's complicated because you always have to go through the server. So it's I haven't fully designed it yet. We'll see once we get there. So I don't think there is a 100%, 1 bajillion% sure way of making this work, but there are ways of making it very practical. So it's not going to be encryption. It's not going to be as in 100% certainty, but it's going to be reasonably fine. And so that way you will be able to guarantee that a random server admin is not going to be able to misrepresent you. That's the idea. So long story short, there is this. Like in Awebo, there is this whole idea where we understand that server admins and users are somewhat, how can I say, users need to be protected from server admins because they could be hostile. So we have this idea. So we're going to implement stuff accordingly. Okay, I hope this answers some of the questions. Let's see. What are people saying? Isn't it better to create a central simple identity provider? Otherwise, each instance would require an account. Yes, we're not doing. So the idea is that, yes, obviously having a centralized login would be nicer, right? Or we could have also surrogates, like we could use login with Google, login with GitHub, right? You know what? We could have login with Discord. That would be funny. But the point is that if you do this, then servers are not fully independent anymore. And I think it is, for me personally, it's more valuable to have servers be fully independent than lock people into yet another centralized thing. I would not exclude in the far future, once we implement DMs, as I was saying earlier, for DMs, we do need, in my opinion, a centralized system because peer-to-peer is not an option. Piggybacking the private servers, like self-hosted servers, is also not an option. So you would have to have a centralized entity that deals with DMs. In my opinion, what we could do at that point is allow server admins optionally, if they want to accept basically also login through that thing. But it would have to be optional. I think that one important thing in Awebo is that people should be able to create communities that are completely detached from everything else. I get that when you're looking at other social media stuff, like I don't know, Mastodon, everything, is federated because for Mastodon to make any sense, it has to be federated. But I would argue that this is just not the case for something like Awebo. I would argue that federation for something like Awebo, where you want to create mainly, you know, communities that don't care about other communities much. I think it would be extra complexity for it. It wouldn't be a good bang for your buck, essentially. Oh, there is. Sorry, I forgot. There is one type of end-to-end encryption though that I do want to tackle relatively soon. End-to-end encryption for voice calls and screen share. There is a paper that Discord published. They have a system called Dave that allows end-to-end encryption for voice calls. This I want to have if possible. And you know why? Because this is part of the core concept of Awebo that users need to be protected from malicious server admins. A malicious server admin without end-to-end encryption for voice calls could run a modified version of the server where they can listen into calls. They can basically join a call but never show up as an actual user. And that is bad. You would I think that it's reasonable for a user to be able to trust that if they see, two other people in the call, those are the two other people in the call. And then I don't know, maybe those guys are like broadcasting on Twitch the call, whatever. But you get the idea, right? It shouldn't be easy for an admin to systematically join secretly a voice call. Are you gonna rekey every join part? I guess that's kind of how it has to be, right? I believe that that's how Discord works. So this is end-to-end encryption that I want to have right away. You know what? Maybe not day one, but sooner than later. Way sooner than DMs, for example. Because with end-to-end encryption for voice calls, then it would be impossible for a malicious server admin, assuming that we implement it well, right? I mean, there's probably some, I don't know, some shitty thing that you could still do to fuck with this if you're not careful. But the idea is that we want to make it impossible for a malicious server admin to silently listen on a call. Not for a session key, right? No, the way it works, the way you don't do it this way. The way it works is that all the participants agree on one key, and then that's what you use for everybody. How can you know that you're actually talking to your friend though, and that the admin isn't man in the middling you? The way this. Wait, what do you mean? You've already seen this, right? The way it works is that when you're talking with people, so if the friend has, for example, the key stuff is one thing, but also you know how it works, right? That you have people that talk to one another and they see four emojis and they can say, "Hey, what emoji are you seeing?" And then the guy on the other side says, "These are my emojis." Yeah, the out of bound method, the out of band method is that you can tell that the human on the other side is who you think it is, and then you can talk about the emojis that you see. That's how everybody does it. Then of course, the server admin could be in there saying like with a wig on and like acting like your friend. Sure, then you're fucked at that point if you don't recognize that. The four emoji system doesn't work either. It doesn't. Well, you know what? We'll see once we get there. So are you guys saying that Discord's Dave is useless and it doesn't do what it claims it does, nor essentially what other platforms do? Do you want the server to be modifiable? I don't know what you mean by that. We are releasing the server as open source software, so it is modifiable. I guess the answer is yes. But I mean, obviously somebody could modify the server in malicious ways. We would like to avoid that, but we cannot fully prevent that. So we need to write the client in a way that makes it harder, at least impossible, ideally, for the server to for a malicious server admin to do malicious stuff. Four emojis is enough. Okay, fuck, fine. It's gonna be five emojis, okay? Five emojis. Six. I'm gonna stop at six though. Not more than six emojis. I don't know. We'll see once we get there. But in any case, again, maybe even in the case where it is impossible, I think that just making it harder for a server admin to join calls in secret, it's still worth pursuing. Oh, about that. Yeah. Also, of course, we also are doing things to make sure that people don't install clients that have been modified by the server admin. Like, yeah. Central server provider would mean you can sign the server in some way and then verify it back on the client, possibly not even as a login. That stuff doesn't work. So we'll see. I guess we'll see once we get there when it comes to this stuff. With more than four participants, well, with more than three participants, you know, here's an idea. Worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, what we could do is basically use some external server for setting up an encrypted call. So basically, instead of having all communication go through the self-hosted server, part of the handshake and part of the negotiation happens on another server, another, let's say, centralized server, quote unquote. I don't know. I don't think it will be necessary. I hope it will not be necessary, but um, I do want to pursue end-to-end encryption for calls. That's for sure. What if user number 3 colludes with the server? Well, I mean, user number 3 user number 3 can just tell the admin that you called them that you said that they're ugly. So, you can pull that off in a non-algorithmic way already. So like if you have a plan, all bets are off. The assumption is, assuming that you have no plans, then you want to make sure that the call doesn't have the admin secretly listening to you talking with other people. It's open source, but you're providing official ready to run packages. Yeah, but the people that want to fuck with other people are going to be the ones that are going to be willing to go the extra length of compiling their own copy of the server, even if I offer pre-built images. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Um, so what are we gonna do next? So we got thumbnails. I could code some more. So I'll tell you guys what I'm basically trying to do here right now. Okay. Let me tell you what I'm doing. I have to do. I think I'm on track to get Twitch partner soon, but I need my streams to have 75 viewers on average. And right now, this stream is at 65, and there's more than 75 people with us right now. So I was thinking, what if we do something more so that we can bump that number up? Can I ask a taste question? Sure. Init 1, SHA, switch on SHA LAN, 2040, SHA 1 from text, blah, blah, blah. Init 2, wait a second. Dot ash equals, and then there's a switch inside. Yeah, okay. So the assumption is that this would not be there, right? So this part would not be there. Um, let me see. Also, Neurosite, if you're around, please Objective C syntax highlighting. um, what? Thank you. Okay, which one do we want? Which one do we like more? So, that would taint Flow. Man, Flow already has support for so many horrible file formats. So what's one more? Everybody's saying one. Hmm. Personally, I think that both are fine. I would argue that this one would be preferable if you had more fields in it. So if you had, foo equals one, then that would be better than having dot foo equals one in here, and foo equals one in there. Then also, if you had another field where you say bar equals switch something else, we're switching on the pointer for some reason. So in that case, maybe this would be preferable. Honestly, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think I prefer one a little bit more, but either way, I think it's fine. Also, wait, did I just create that file somewhere in a random place? Oh, who knows? Okay, so we have the thumbnail. I think we should get this to a pushable state, right? We did some good work. It's not complete, but I guess the sorry, I guess the next step is to get into a pushable state. Hello to step. Hello, hello. You want to see what we got? You want to see some cool Awebo progress? Check this out. Check this out. I have Awebo. Press share, and we got a screenshot from the OS, which we can stretch in weird ways. Hmm. So here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to refill my teacup, and I'm going to come back, and we're going to get this code to a pushable state. Right now, we broke the TUI client. We should unbreak it. Also, I think that the TUI client shouldn't have a dependency on this stuff. So I think that we also we just wrote this for macOS, so we obviously need a uh, either an abstraction that works across all OSs. Although I don't know what that should look like because I don't know what other OSs need. So maybe I'm not going to do that. Uh, but we also obviously need a way to make this stuff not become a dependency of the TUI client. Yeah, it's a desktop. Basically, this panel here is kind of mimicking. It's like a poor man's version of, oh look, you're in a voice call and you have a screen share and you have the tiny screen share in here, then you can make also full screen maybe. But I'm not using it for that for real. What I'm doing is the step before that, where you want to display a menu, right, to the user where they can choose which source they want to screen share, and they can choose between windows and displays, and and basically that's the work that I implemented. That's the stuff that I implemented. So, um, yeah, let me go get the tea, and then we're gonna get these to a pushing state. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let there be light. What are we missing? What's happening? Warm colors on the shared screen. Screen. Yes, it's not exactly that. It's worse than that. It's. I think it's blue and green that are swapped around. You can see that colors are really out of whack. So there's that. Why does Zig have the definition for static and normal array? That's a good reply. As far as I know, fixed size arrays live on the stack with no overhead, while slices provide flexibility. Yeah. Slices are pointers to arrays, kinda. So whenever you have an array, you pass it down as a slice to whatever function wants to do stuff with it. It's somewhat rare that you pass around arrays directly. Okay, let's clean our code up a little bit. So screen capture is essentially a macOS only thing. So um you know what? I actually don't know for sure exactly how we should make this work. We have core, we have screen capture.zig. So in core, not this core. This core here. So we have an external function and we have references to content. I'm thinking that we should move these guys elsewhere. Maybe. Hmm. You know what? To be honest, I'm not even sure why we are going back to Zig with this information. I mean, it was useful while we were the debugging stuff, but by thinking about it more, I would argue that the whole life cycle maybe should be entirely implemented in Objective C with just a final return to Zig. Something to think about, I guess. I'm trying to clone and up your Awebo on my local machine. Let's see how it goes. What Zig version do I need to run this? Oh, Jesus. So if you have to ask that question, be aware that you might be getting yourself in a world of pain. So first of all, the Zig version that you need is the one mentioned in the zone file. This is the Zig version that you need. Notice that this is a unstable build from master branch. So you will need something, you will need a tool like ZigUp to get this. Also, this is not ready yet, come back later is not lying. You're going to get a piece of non-functioning software. If your goal is to contribute to Awebo, then that's a different story. Also, let's see what people were saying. We had some more comments, right? Yeah, that's why I was saying you need ZigUp or something comparable. Okay, let's see what started implementing the key store. Awesome. Nice. And then there was the discussion with FFmpeg. Thank you, Diablo. Let's see. This comment was reopened because of a conversation That was added on Chris's Twitch channel. We were discussing linking LibOBS to actually handle the actual window capturing part, which has a similar license issued out of FmpEg. LibOBS is GPL 2.0 or later explicitly. BDS MIT family licenses can link to LGPL freely, but cannot really do so with GPL code. Many BSD license projects ignore this because they are okay with the outcome. GPL is a license that mainly affects distribution, not use. AGPL was invented because of this choice of mechanism and applies to both distribution and use. If Awebo uses libOBS or FmpEg's GPL bits, then the Awebo binary is effectively GPL, yes. And anyone that distributes it must follow GPL, not only for the GPL parts, but also for the non-GPL parts. Programs that are BDSD/MIT that link to GPL dependencies often have them as optional dependencies to allow people to compile distributed binary that is purely BSD, sorry, BSD, MIT, and not also GPL. For a project like Awebo, these wouldn't actually affect anything in theory, at least not for the Awebo project itself or any of its users. This would only affect one specific group, corporations that have closed source only distributions, which MIT BSD licenses allow, but GPL disallows. If a corporation wanted to steal Awebo, they would have to ship it without GPL dependencies. Oh, okay, so your entire point was about licenses. I thought there was more to be said about all this stuff, but okay. That's the point of LGPL. Yes, but the point is, some part of FFmpeg is GPL without the initial L. Some part of FFmpeg is just GPL, and libOBS is also GPL. Yeah, but it depends on what they want to do with it, right? If they take Awebo and they make another, like they fork it and they make another open source fork, then that is fine. But if they try to make a closed source fork, then it's not as fine anymore. I think that what Diablo was saying in that comment makes sense. So I believe that if they fork an open source version, like they make a Awebo 2, I don't know, then it's fine. But if they fork it to make something proprietary, then they either have to drop all the GPL dependencies, or actually I wouldn't know exactly what it is that they have to do. I guess they would have to publish all the code no matter what. That is the so-called viral nature of GPL, isn't it? With LGPL, they would either, if it was only LGPL, then they would either publish the source code, which we assume they don't want to do because we are saying that we're talking about a proprietary fork. And what they in practice would want to do is basically do dynamic linking to FFmpeg, because they need to allow people to swap the LGPL code. And the only way they could do that is, what's the intent goal? Prevent proprietary forks? No, the goal is to use this software that already exists. That's the goal. The goal is here. The goal is FFmpeg does a ton of shit already that could be cool. People want to upload videos on various formats or direct link to them. Client wants to be able to play them in the GUI. If this is considered a reasonable argument for adding an FFmpeg dependency, then I will also take advantage of FFmpeg for the audio backend stuff. We already packaged it, supports static linking. There's the filter graph system that allows you to apply filters like noise filtering and other stuff. Then Diablo pointed out that maybe it would be worth to um, instead of doing to use libOBS for screen capturing for one main reason. Because if you want to screen capture games, then you need to make sure that your screen capturing software plays well with anti-cheat DRM stuff, and OBS is kind of the gold standard for that. So the point is that we would be basically reusing the screen capture code from OBS, which is generally speaking good, but also we would be leveraging all the labor that they put into working around those quirks, or vice versa. They would use the exact methodology that tools like anti-cheat and DRM expect to see from something that is capturing a game state, well, the image of the game. So long story short, I personally don't care about enforcing any restriction. That's why Awebo is MIT plus Apache. My goal with Awebo licensing is not to restrict anything, but I do want to use GPL software, LGPL software, and whatnot, etc., without having to change my own license. And this is a discussion about the consequences of doing that. Honestly, this is not so bad. I don't hate this. Yeah. Well, they're I don't know actually. I mean, I genuinely do not know. I don't know if there's any of the GPL code that we would want to have or not. Maybe, maybe not. Um, but that wouldn't apply if we do end up using libOBS. I think a question is when it comes to libOBS is if how bad is it to not use libOBS and then see what happens with game screen capture. For example, I using Discord personally, I haven't had much trouble when screen capturing games. But I know that it is not as trivial. I heard stories of people getting banned because they were using Discord screen sharing or overlay. Banned for using Discord overlay. Destiny 2 Battlefield. Because anti-cheat systems often flag the injection of code into game processes as malicious hacking rather than legitimate functionality. Discord overlay only external app running Instaband. I brought popcorn today knowing there will be an occasion for it. Okay, that was 8 years ago though. In any case, that is the point that Diablo was making. Diablo was well, apparently not, right? What do you mean about no, it did happen. That has happened. Man, okay, I don't know. Maybe you guys were too young. You were too young when this happened, but like a while ago this stuff happened. You could argue that 8 years ago Discord was smaller but than it is today, maybe, I don't know, but it was already very big. So there was a moment where this made the news. Destiny 2 launches on PC. Players banned for using Discord and other overlays. Bungie highly anticipated sci-fi MMO Destiny 2 finally announces via PC via blah 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 blah. Despite an extra month to prepare the PC release, things did not go smoothly. Many people using overlays were flagged as hackers and banned within hours. So so some of that has happened. To be fair though, what we're looking at, it's news from 8 years ago. It's not recent. Um Discord has rolled out an update to the overlay to some users that allows it to work with Destiny. My friend had the update a few hours ago. I have not gotten it yet. He used it successfully with Destiny. I was able to see the who is speaking bubbles, etc. But turned it off out of caution about getting banned. Has anyone else tried it? Do you think it's safe? If it is, this will be a huge quality of life improvement for PC Destiny users and especially LFG, where nobody knows each other's voice. Oh, looking for a group? As in, okay, so random people playing together. So I honestly, I don't know. We need to learn more. But in any case, I think that the difference between doing GPL or not doing GPL and doing only LGPL is not that big. If we do LGPL, we're still statically linking, so we still need to be open source. And I mean, we want to be open source, so that's fine. That means that if a proprietary competitor wants to also make a Awebo, proprietary one, by the way, not open source, a proprietary fork of Awebo, then would have to, well, either they use something else, they don't use FFmpeg, or if they do, they need to link FFmpeg dynamically. So their software would at that point, I guess that would allow them to make a private fork, but it would have to dynamically link FFmpeg or not use FFmpeg. Hey, Quint, are you using Zine today? Nice. Be aware that Zine is not complete. It's usable for simple to mildly complex websites. I plan obviously to go back to it and add more stuff. One big thing that is missing in Zine is like code snippets. Like you can do inheritance essentially, or like you can extend templates, but you cannot do reusable snippets. I want to add that at some point. But yeah, that being said, enjoy. And if you encounter blockers or have questions, join for now the Discord server. I have a Discord server. It's linked on the Zine website. It's also linked here on Twitch. Like it's my Discord server, and there's a Zine channel in there where you can ask people how to do stuff or report bugs, for example. Uh, is there Objective C code somewhere in Awebo? Yes, but I have yet to push it. I can put it in a Zig bin though for you. Remember .m file extension, because apparently that's just how it works. Huh, funny syntax highlighting. Let's see, what is this link? Regarding unwarranted bans playing Call of Duty on GeForce now. GeForce. GeForce. I don't know. GeForce. Call of Duty accounts, work with divisions, resolve the issue. Yeah, well, I mean, it does seem that they have more trouble with overlays more than anything else. But yeah. By the way, related to that, there is a question also. Do we want to have overlays in Awebo? Maybe. I mean, I would say that is something that we can think about far into the future, but in any case, screen share intent true, and then we call get available resources. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there is really no point in us going back here and doing this. It was useful as we were testing this, but what is the point? So I'm thinking of nuking this. Wait, the external function definition is kind of needed though. It's kind of sad that you cannot have external definitions in function bodies. But fine, I get it. So we call get available sources. Do you want your own picker or a system one? I want my own picker. I don't think there is a system picker for the screen share. Although, wait, they were talking about the security features, so maybe there is a way of having that. Yeah, you're right. That's the one that you're supposed to use, right? Because it's the one that is privacy preserving. Yeah, good point. I think I want that. Or you know what? At the very least, I want to see it. Maybe before I fix this whole thing, I should see what this looks like. So I select Objective C, and the first thing that I see is fucking um, Swift code, huh? Wait, it's just showing Objective C code no matter what. Sorry, Swift code no matter what. Um, is it possible for Apple to be this bad? Well, you know who's gonna help me? My friend here. Screen Capture Manager. Why do you need to create something that has manager in the name? Setting up some custom build Zig stuff for code snippets in Z, and it gets fetched directly from Codeberger to embed in the blog post. Still needs a config file for every blog post, though. Wow. Show peaker. Okay, you know what? I think this conversation has been going for too long. It's making me uncomfortable knowing that there is so much here. So on Mac OS, I want I'm writing a C application on Mac OS that needs to support screen sharing. I'm writing object. I want to write Objective C code for the OS glue, so no Swift. Well, and keep in plain C. But then I want to return to C for the end application logic. How do I I want to show to the user a SC content sharing speaker to get started. Why is he behaving so differently than in the previous conversation? No, but I don't want a full C application. But okay, make file, but go fuck yourself, man. I'm switching back to the previous conversation. Fuck this. It's the make file, bro. Come on. I should have said Zig at this point. Oh, never mind. It poked a lot of crap also in here. Why is it using that thing so verbose? So let's see. Show picker. Self.picker. Oh, because wait, this is an instance method. At implementation, my screen capture manager. Oh. SC content sharing picker observer. Create the picker. You call you wait, you call alloc on a SC content sharing picker. Okay. Then you call init on it, and then you assign it here. But why is this an interface and not why are we doing add interface? Why are we not doing struct? Why are we not doing class? What is the point of doing interface? Set yourself as the observer. Picker add observer self. So I guess there's going to be some callbacks that we need to implement. Content sharing picker. Did cancel for stream. Did update with filter. Did fail with error. Oh, I think I get it. Okay, so this thing has like all the complex life cycle where you have an observer that is just a way of packaging some callbacks all in one thing. Start capture with filter. Stream delegate. Stream output. Did output sample buffer. Is this the thumbnail? No. Clean up. See friendly wrapper. Screen capture manager ref. I hate these type defs that type def void star, but fine. Wait, did this implement the same thing twice? Show picker, content sharing picker. Did this thing go insane at some point? New in Zig, I want to write, implement a pub sub pattern. Is the most common way some sort of list of data with keep track of the head and tail and then a mutex and a condition? Maybe something in STD helps with this. Appreciate any advice. Can you explain what you're trying to do? Not in terms of patterns. Like, what is your program trying to do? So I think I want to copy this and then see where we go from here. Should I delete all my good code though? I don't want to delete all my good code. So I'm gonna create another file. I'm getting lazy with names. Now it's gonna be just screen 2. Okay, so to recap, also why are these not indented? Also, what is a strong property? I have so many questions. Okay, show peaker, create the peaker, set yourself as the observer, show the peaker. This is async returns immediately. Alternative present from a specific window. Okay. I think at least we can do this, right? At least we can certainly do this. Fetch things from database and do some work on the data. I want to overlap database stuff and compute stuff. Hmm. So if you're using Zig unstable like 016, there's std.io.channel. So what you probably would want to do is create a channel and put stuff into your channel. Although that's not exactly pub sub, right? Because pub sub, in my mind, means that you're doing fan out. It means that you have one publisher, well, n publishers, and then n subs. And every time a publisher publishes something, every sub gets a copy of what was published. So that means that you have to do more work than just having a list of data. You need to have also a list of subscribers, and you need to ping in each and every one of them. If instead your goal is just to, if your goal is just to do some stuff concurrently, sorry, you're probably on 0.15. So if you're on 0.15, I think there's std.thread.pool. I think there's a thread pool. So what you can do is that you create a thread pool, and then every time you want to do something like process some of the data that you got from the database, you submit that operation to the thread pool. Oh man, this is delightful. Did you see what this looked like in Helix? Hello? Are we serious? I mean, I think this is just the. No, this is not just the theme. It might be the theme. Ah! It's not just the theme. It is unavailable. Says who? Oh, wait. We also got how to formatting. Holy shit. What is this experience? Amazing. Um. Okay. So. Mm-mm-mm. Next is we need to link to this link. I mean, we need to import this. So instead of calling this, hey, Mark Counts, thank you for the raid. Hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Hello, everybody. We are working on a Discord alternative, an open source, self hostable Discord alternative. And we're making progress. Um, I was hoping to show this, but it doesn't work. God damn it. I have to do Zig build, but will this work? Oh, wait. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Did I break this? Oh, I commented this out. Should not have. I'm gonna do a quick demo of what we have, or rather, the one thing that we're working on. Um, Never mind. I broke it. Shareable content ready. I nuked the one thing that we needed. That's bad on my part. So it needs shareable content ready. Yeah. I'm gonna implement this. Holy shit. Okay. Thank you also for the gifted subs. Hello everybody. So I'm gonna work to get this demo working, and then we're gonna try to upgrade it to the new version. Shareable content ready. What do we have in here? Core probably, and then content. And here we were doing what? Um, okay, that's what we were doing, I think. Now watch me fuck up the order of these arguments. Um, First content, then core. Yeah. Okay. Do we build? No. Almost. Oh. Iterator needs to be mutable. Here. So here's my achievement. I can grab a screenshot, a thumbnail of my main desktop and from the OS and display it in a movable thingy. I'm working on a self-hostable Discord alternative. We're doing everything from scratch. And to get screen share working, your first step is to have a picker that shows all the things that you want to that you might want to share. Thank you for the prime sub. Alfonso Bro 3. So yeah, that's what we're working on. In any case, I was about to break this whole thing that I just achieved because there is a different way. Apparently, new macOS has a thing called a privacy preserving like picker, where the idea is that if the picker is implemented by the application itself, that means that the application can see everything, can see your screens, can see your windows, and you don't have control over what you might want to prevent the application from accessing. So Apple, in its infinite wisdom, made a new system where you use a picker that is provided by the operating system. That one will show you all the previews, but that's not the application. That's not my application. That's the OS. So it will not, my application will not be able to see anything except the one window or the one desktop that you want me to screen share. Will you push the stuff to a branch? Yeah. I just want to experiment with this a little bit to see. I think that the privacy preserving picker is the way to go. So I guess I want to switch to that first. I just wanted to do a demo for everybody first. So I'm gonna comment this out for now. And instead of calling get available resources, we're gonna call show screen share picker. And we're gonna pass core to it. What does Andrew's latest devlog post mean? Do we have stack full coroutines in SCD 016 now? That's gonna be pretty big news, no? Yes, it does mean that. But the implementation is not complete. So what he's saying is that it's ready enough that you can play with it. You know, kinda in a demo fashion. But I believe that there's like stuff missing from networking and whatnot. So it's not like complete. It's usable enough that you can play with. I mean, compared to, if you remember, status quo up until very recently, where it was completely bit rotted and it wouldn't even compile. But yeah, it is good progress for sure. If you want more information, you know what? I recommend you read the angry comments on Hacker News by the one guy who is saying that when Jai comes out, Zig is dead. Immediately, right away, he's like stroke. Instantly dead. Is the API public at least? Of what? Is there any kind of roadmap for 1.0? So the idea is that, well, the roadmap to 1.0 is compiler is done, language is stable, standard library is stabilized. We need fuzzing. We need to complete async IO. We need all the fancy stack full coroutines stuff, maybe stackless coroutines. Probably a bajillion language improvements. So no, there's like not a precise list. There's also, I think, some ideas that need to be explored. Neurosat is talking about the ziglang.org devlog. Okay, so show screen share picker. Then we need to go into our build script. Oh, there's a bunch of module stuff. We change this from capture request to screen 2 just because we're testing it out. And it has the name that it has. Then we go in screen 2 and can I define random functions in here? Oh, wait a second. This shit has a self parameter. You need to make an instance of this guy. Why do you have to make instances? Where's my good old globals, man? Okay, so that means that the C-friendly wrapper Call back when user selects content. Create screen capture manager. I'm kind of confused. I think this thing kind of pooped itself. So this one above doesn't even have an init function. This one below has an init instance type. Return retained. I am kind of confused. Wait, CS sculpture manager. That's this guy, right? Okay, I'm trying to make sense of the crappy stuff that this guy is making. Why is this bridging? And then bridge transfer. So we do need bridge. What is bridge? Okay, so I think that this is somewhat good idea, good stuff. Partially. Why would Jai kill Zig anyway? From what I know, it's Hightail like language. Mythical in development hell. No, they're making progress. People are using it. You can occasionally see people stream Jai on Twitch and they use it and it works. Is Hightail an actual thing? I don't know what Hightail is. A game? Is it a language? Okay, I think you're talking about the game. Okay, so we need to make something to create our guy here, huh? Also, why is this on a new line? What is going on here? Why does the auto formatter put this on a new line? Sending, oh no. Okay. First of all, let's drop the my screen capture manager that's pure cringe. Then let's have a function to create one of these guys. So this guy needs to stay alive. Needs to stay alive past the beaker. Out of curiosity, we also get auto completion self dot. Oh, but then it does not give me messages that you can give to this guy, huh? Instance method. Well, show them to me. What is it? Control Control dot. Oh, it was just not showing them. So there's up the observer. Huh, interesting. Okay. What does this guy look like in here? User data. Well, okay, we'll think about that. So you need to unlock your thing and then you assign to it. But the thing is, there's nothing for us to assign. So we can just do return screen capture manager unlock with zone. Where do you see these? Use the picker provided by the shared picker static property. So you're saying that this line should not be it. Shared picker. I'm still not convinced that we need to hip allocate this guy, but fine. Okay, so this seems good. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 sub. You need also to remove the observer in the end, I bet. Okay, we'll see. So then I need a method to call show picker. Let me see what this was doing for the. Okay, so we want to do the bridge retained stuff, and here we are. Here we're doing the bridge thing. By Neurosite, thank you. This is awesome, by the way. Thank you very much. Like my experience with Objective C became amazing instantly. Oh, it has to be Void Star. Okay, so they're just giving a fancy name to Void Star. These has to be Void Star. And then we cast it to the right thing. I guess. I do wonder if this... Yeah, whatever. Okay, so with this we have show picker. We don't have anything else, but you know what? This is already fine. Let's just see the picker. So in core, where do we put this goddamn picker? Here, I guess. This cannot be. This is not what this returns a pointer. Okay, so with this we create it, and then we can do show. Oh right, this is screen capture manager show picker. Hmm. Okay. So with this, we can even. Um. Oh, I see what this was up here. But we can just comment it out at this point. Let's see. Let's see how we do with compilation stuff. Probably missing some stuff. User one declare identifier content. Right. So let's keep content in here. Hey Johnny. Yeah. Undefined symbol image the init image get pixels. Right. So I'm now messing around with it a little bit more. But I got a thumbnail. Well, I got a screenshot from one source to display. If I don't know if you remember the role that this thing had in this surface here had in Awebo, and yeah, now I'm making this a little bit more real. Although I'm in the middle of changing things, so some things are like crappy. So let's go in the screenshot box. Let's comment out this stuff for now. Oh, god damn it. Can I comment that out as well? Okay. There's gonna be more build errors. Okay, let's see if we can show the picker. We're not showing shit. Need logging. Okay. Let's see if we see. Let's see if we see some of this stuff. Creating capture manager showing picker. So in theory, this should be showing the picker, but it's not showing any picker. So why does it hate me? What if we did the init thing that we were not supposed to do? By the way, this multiple square bracket stuff is hilarious. Like, why is it like this? Oh, that actually doesn't straight up does not work. Init is unavailable. So what could we be doing wrong that causes us to not? Oh my god! Look at this insanity. So this makes a interface that has runtime callbacks and then decides its own runtime callbacks and then it wires as an observer to call its own fucking runtime complex. This is insane. In any case, calling show picker doesn't show any picker. Huh. Need a running NSA application, NS application event loop. Requires an active event loop. Would setting active to yes help? Active on whom? Shared picker? Wouldn't present do this? Wait, let me see this better. docs here. A picker needs to be marked as active for its UI to appear. If start picking content is called and the picker is not marked as active, the picker will not appear. We're already getting something like that going. There's no escape from it. Blue or black? You got it, man. Holy shit. This is insane. Whoa. You select content capture started successfully. Why does it need to be marked active? Yes. What does that even mean or do, or like why? AI was going insane. By the way, thank you so much. Thank you. This is so appreciated. There is no way I would get this right myself, by the way, that easily without your help. Claude is kind of an incompetent pair programmer, but well, maybe incompetent is a little bit harsh, but yeah. That is pretty nice. So this is called when user selects something, start capturing with the provided filter. Start default with error. Start capture filter. Configure the stream. We are coding 1080p, 30 frames per second. Holy shit, there's the pixel format. Wait. Please give me a pixel format that isn't this crap. Config.pixel format. Auto completion, please. Yeah. Well, yeah, good shit. Can I have another format type that isn't this shit? 32-bit RGBA. We have it. We have it. This might be a strict improvement over what we were doing before. Also, why did my music poop itself? Give me piano now. Dispatch queue create com your app.capture. Awebo dot capture. Dispatch queue serial. I don't know. Start the stream. Stream stopped. Get the frame pixel buffer. Okay, frankly, I don't know where to go from here because this is well, this is fancier than what we were doing. Way fancier than what we were doing. What is the correct way of rendering? I guess CV pixel buffer ref. It's in the README. You run the server locally, and then when you create a server, you create an admin username, which if the README tells you to add an admin account named admin with password admin, and then you just type admin in the client. Get image buffer, pixel buffer ref, CV Swift non-sendable. Yeah, I don't know that for sure because so here's what I do know. What I do know is that in here currently these are APIs that we might change depending on the this was you know added by the creator of the UI framework based on what we kind of thought we wanted to do, but I guess so here's the question that I have in my mind. What am I getting from the OS? Am I getting a series of pointers? Am I getting a do I need to synchronize with the OS to let it know that I consumed something? I guess this whole queue thing means that whenever we pull something from the queue, we are acknowledging that we're using it, so we need to free it. Yeah, I'm guessing that it probably has like a object pool of these buffers, and we need to free them in order to not starve it. So basically, here we want to do something and then free it. So I guess so. One thing that we could do is copy. We could copy the buffer in one place, but then we can require um we're supposed to free this guy, right? So the oh, this is probably being arced, so that's why you don't see proper cleanup. But this guy, I would expect, does need to be freed. I guess we can explore. Hmm. Super interested to play around with the exploratory phase of Web Client 74 issue. Yes, I've always waiting for implementing the IO for the WASM target. Just one question: if the goal is to target freestanding or WASI for WASM, um, the answer is freestanding. It's definitely not WASI. More specifically, this kind of possible to run WASI using a shim playground of Zig. Yeah, no. I would say no. We do not want to target WASI. We want to target the web browser. So that means that we want basically all things to be callbacks to JavaScript. And the extent to which we want to be POSIX compatible, because WASI is not exactly, but it is kinda POSIX compatible, is that the full extent is this. It kind of is, I think, where basically the question is it possible for us to fake TCP and UDP at the IO level while having a web transport on the JavaScript side, or is it too much jank? If it is too much jank, then the idea is to leave. If it works, then it's awesome, because that means that in the client code, we can have the code that creates a TCP connection. We can literally do this stuff and make it work. Keep in mind, the goal is not to support any possible setting for real. The goal is to just look at this and say, oh, okay, they want something that looks like TCP, web transport TCP, web transport, sorry, like what's it called? Stream connection. And that's it. If this becomes too problematic, then the idea is that in here we stop using sorry, I should say this is more relevant than this. Um, if this is too much complicated, then the idea is that here we add a switch where we say, okay, if we're in WebAssembly, we call something else. And then we create some kind of wrapper type that, behaves consistently, whether it's a TCP connection or something else. But ideally, it would be delightful if we were able to pull it off this way. So this is the idea. It's entirely in the browser. I wouldn't worry about WASI at all. I think there's a use case, there's maybe an argument to be made for other people. I don't know. But in our case, this is it. Okay. I'm happy to answer more questions about all this stuff. Yeah, for the web client, does user download web client binary and run and open it in browser, or will there be a central Awebo website? There will be a official Awebo website. Sorry, I should say Awebo. There will be an official website, and they will. The idea is that if you are connecting anywhere using the Awebo, like a web instance of the Awebo client, the idea is that you will be using the official website. Awebo, yes, Awebo. Yeah, so what does it mean for us to process a frame? I don't even know, man. Test the rate that the capture string produces a frame, the frame capture that produces this frame, sample buffer containing capture data, the type of capture contained in the sample buffer. Well, so far so good. Oh, you can click on types for the definition. Okay. But, well, I'm guessing sample buffer. Oh, don't tell me that getting to the pixel is now complicated. Well, you know what? It's time to ask my friend here. So it turns out that it was just missing the picker show yes, active yes, whatever. Yeah, it never does it. It always does present. Whatever. Why do you even have to activate? Like, what is whatever? Um, actually, I think it would be a good idea to rewind this conversation from here, right? So in here we do in when processing a frame. What did he call it? In process frame. In the process frame instance method, I want well, I need to decide what to do, right? So well, first of all, I want to access the pixel buffer. How can I do it? I'll access the pixel buffer and well, I was about to say and no width and height, and but That's a stream property. So never mind. It's not a property of an individual frame. Lock the pixel buffer to get access to the memory. Get buffer info. So apparently we do get this info from every buffer. Bytes per row. We don't care much about this, I guess. Thank you. By the way, one rule: don't vibe code that stuff. If you're curious about how something works and you want to ask an AI, do it. Be aware that it will probably tell you wrong information, partially. Please no vibe code. Or just work with the row buffer. Important, unblock when done. Huh. For planar formats, if configured correctly, uh, what does that mean? Check if it's planar. NV12 U420. Address of plane. I don't know what a planar format is. I guess planar format is like the red channel and then the green channel and or whatever the space is. The yellow, the undercooked, and the I don't know the whatever plane. Is that how it works? I don't know. Always lock before accessing. Always unlock after the format. Bytes per row may be larger than width times 4. There can be padding. Why? Okay. Read only flag. There we go. The pixel buffer is valid only during the callback. If you need to keep the data copied or retained with CV pixel buffer retain and release later with CV pixel buffer release. So I think the way we would do it is every time we get one of those things, we want to put them in a ring buffer that belongs to the well, more than a ring buffer, maybe the answer is a channel more than anything else. It is kind of jank though that we have to do this work. I kind of wish there was a way to get from the whatever queue the OS already has instead of doing this double jump. But I guess what we can do is create a we need some kind of channel like some kind of atomic queue. And then we put our frames in there. And then when the GUI consumes them, we release the reference counting and we release the lock. I guess. Although alternatively, I wish there was a way maybe in which DVUI could give us a way of letting these callbacks drive the rendering, but how? Ah, whatever. Let's try to make it work. Copy this. Oops. Get buffer info. Oh, we have to lock it here if we want this stuff. Although these are normal functions, right? You know what? There's no, I don't see any Objective C weird bullshit going on in here. So I think these might be straight up C functions that we can call from Zig itself. Maybe. But I guess for now, it's fine. So I would say that what we do in process frame is we retain pixel buffer. And then we need something to send it to computer and release. Yeah. Wait, and release? You mean as a separate function, right? Because we want to retain, then we want to call an hypothetical function like um, screen share frame push. And then here we end this function. Okay, I'm gonna comment this out temporarily. So we do this. So in here, then we well, the problem is that I don't control the. I don't have a way of doing it of having a callback to get something in the UI for now, at least. Maybe this would make sense to add in the future. I need to talk with David, the creator of this UI framework. For now, the only way that rendering happens is by it happens from how can I say? I just don't control it. Let's just put it that way. So we can do now here bar frames std.deque. There's a priority DQ? Wait, where's my DQ? Wait, is DQ priority the queue? Wait, what? Oh shit, flow died also. Okay. I just need the latest, but I'm not sure that I will. You're right, because we can make this like an atomic variable that we swap with null. There is a chance of losing frames though. But I mean, if the UI was late, you know what? That is a good point. That is better. Although, you know what? Atomic value maybe hints that this is more than what it is. I don't know why I couldn't find ICD.deq. So here's how we do it. Pointer to um, frame. Optional pointer to frame. Defaults to null. Frame is an opaque. And we're gonna give it all the cool methods in here. And then in here, what we do is this. I think at this point we don't need core anymore. Or you know what? We're gonna need it eventually, but so I'm just gonna place it there. What we do is this. Frame equals atomic RNW. I think didn't we have atomic swap in the past? So type pointer to frame. Actually, it's just, I guess, frame pointer. No, it is pointer to frame. This is that. Operation, I don't know. What do you suggest? Exchange. Operand. Yeah, atomic value has a swap, but I can't use that from C, can I? Actually, you know what? I don't even know how you use atomics from C. Fuck. I might. You know what? I might need to have another callback just so that I don't go insane. Try to make atomics work with C because I've never done that and I just don't know what the syntax is. Yeah, you know what? We're going with the atomic value. So swap frame. You give me a new, which is a pointer to frame, and I give you an optional pointer to frame. And we do latest frame dot swap. Operand is new. Order is, I don't know, acquire release. Why not? That returns the old value, right? Yeah, and that's what we return. Okay, so this is what Objective-C will use to do the swap. Down here, instead, we just do the swap normally. Huh. This is actually interesting though, because I think that if we do this, we might need to render more than one frame with the same, UI frame with the same image. And the way I'm coding this now, we're not doing this, and this is problematic. This is problematic indeed. So it's not, no, I don't mean multi-view. I mean that the immediate mode UI might want to draw 2 frames real fast. Like imagine 120 frames per second. It wants to render 2 frames real quick. And if the second frame, I have this logic here where I swap, I get nothing. I swap it with null. Then I'm not gonna render anything. What's going on here? What are these shenanigans? So I guess what I can do is try to put it back or something. Keep it locally. Maybe there should be like new frame, old frame, like new frame. And then last frame. No, this also needs to be optional. Okay, don't worry. I think we're good. I think we're doing fine. I just need a second variable. Swap with null or else last frame. Or else return. Okay. Okay. We're making progress. So let me go in the Objective-C code. And in here, where is it? Screen share frame push. This is now, this now has a new name. Swap frame. With the difference that this returns a CV pixel buffer ref. So if we swap and we get a frame, if not drop frame return, otherwise why is this on a new line? Why is this return on a new line? But whatever, fine. Incompatible point times aliasing what? Oh, because I'm doing a ref star. I'm Madame Dam. I hate aliases that hide pointers. Why would you do this? This is one of those things that really breaks my brain. I don't think you should ever do that. Anyway, or you know what? We can do it here. If drop frame, we release it. There we go. So this should be fine. Although Was this doing the retain whatever dance? I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think we were really caring about this stuff. Okay, so this should be fine. So here we have swap frame. Perfect. Now we need to do stuff with frame. Actually, you know what? This is all logic that we don't even have to do in here technically. Like we could change this to just do swap frame and then these does the free in here. Yeah, but this is fine. Okay, so frame. What do you do on a frame? These other stuff. So um lock, get info, get pixels, return. Oh, and you know what we are gonna need? We're gonna need this definition here. This guy. Okay. So now we can go in here to frame. We can say, can you just throw and have separate free at the end of the stream? You know, I think I know how to make this work. Let me give me a second because I just need to type up all the glue code. But I think this whole system that I'm making does make sense. So we're gonna need get pixels. I'm gonna copy this definition again. I'm making a bit of a mess with types and stuff, but this is just to make progress and see if it works. So get pixels calls extern function frame get pixels. Go. And then pub function init, which calls extern function frame init. Here we go. Maybe this should go first. Okay, so in here, we need to make frame init. So we need pixel buffer, TV pixel buffer release, and then did I delete the unlock code? What did the unlock? And this one is unlock. There we go. This is from the init, and the way it works is that oh, you know what? Yeah, I think I have a bug in my code already. So let's simplify this. This is all redundant. So we don't do this. We just call swap frame, which returns nothing. Swap frame returns void. We can do if drop.dinit. Does that make sense? No, that does not make sense because we never locked it. We are unlocking it, but we never locked it if it's in there. Um, Never mind. Let's keep it as it was. Do this. Do we? Okay, the question is, do we need to release this? Oh, wait, I was doing release. Oh, fuck. Okay, this was okay. This was already okay. So this is okay. This other, the init is different. This other, the init does release, but also the unlock. We probably want to do this in this order, I guess. Okay, so this all seems fine. So now in our screen share box, either we swap in a new frame or we get the last frame or else return. Then we need to render it. So we need to call get pixels. Which gets us back to here. Essentially. Oh, swap null, acquire release. I don't know. And the last thing that we need to do is we need a little bit of just a little bit more conditional logic because we need to know when to free last frame. When do we free last frame? So we free last frame when we grab one of these guys. So I think it should be a little bit more complicated. It should be like this. If we get this, new, then we want to do last frame dot the init. Oh, if there's a new one, we free last frame, return new as the current frame. I don't see how this could cause problems. Sorry, I need to see this error. This is weirding me out. Accepted optional type found, but last frame is optional. What are you talking about? Is this frame swap that cannot be optional? Yes, it has to be optional. Where do you see where what? Where do you not see the optional? Okay, the error went away. It seems. I don't know. Let's try to build just to see what errors we have. Or else last frame accepted optional type. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. Yeah, this is else. This is if else. Okay, frame dot get pixels. No member named get pixels in optional client. Right. There you go. So we can call get pixels now. Oh man, we are getting so close. This is interesting. Failed to start capture error. Domain core graphics error domain. Start stream failed. Why? The stream is nil. Well, let's try again. The stream is nil. We did not see though this previously, right? Showing picker. User selected content. Failed to start capture. Stream is nil. Well, there is one thing though. There's a SC stream property in here that we never set. Oh no, we do set it here. Damn, we're close, right? But not quite there. I thought this was working. Maybe the first time that we clicked this, it did also complain and I didn't notice. The thing is, oh no. What does the thing is mean? Oh no. Big explanation of why everything is wrong. Do you look for the right type of stream? Hmm. I don't know. Do I look for the right type of stream? I think I might be a victim of a slop though, because I see this that says did update filter for stream. This stream value is being ignored. We don't use it. Then we call start capture with filter. Which creates a config and then creates a stream with that config. Delegate self. So we're saying that this is nil. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? This is not Zig. You can present the picker for an already running stream. That does make sense. Yes, right. So stream is nil? No. Are these brackets? Yeah, it's kind of poor man's list, but yeah. So the pointer is not nil. I think you get stream data, but not frames yet. No, because we fail. We fail here, right? We fail at this line here when it says fail to start capture. We call on self.stream start capture with completion handler. And that prints fail to start capture, I think. Let me double check. Fail to start capture. Yes, this is the part where we fail. So we call this on self stream. It's part of the error message. The rest of the text is from the error message. I guess maybe this is the problem. Maybe Awebo is not a good idea. So adding output also works. But then start capture with completion handler fails. So start capture fails. Also, is this error the same as? So this is another definition that shadows this one. Man, I hate languages with shadowing now. I don't want to see that shit ever again. Let's see what the AI has to say. Now watch the AI say some stupid shit. Um, you're creating a new stream instead of using the one from the PKR. Oh, you know what we can do? Okay, just to double check, we can check if the PKR is giving us a non-null, a non-nil. Also, is nil in Objective C? Is nil the same as a null pointer? Is nil in C the same as a null pointer? Or will it have a non-zero pointer value? Okay. But I was logging this. Well, you think that that would be the case, right? But with this fucking thing, you never know. So I'm one instant before calling into self.stream, right? And we can print this. Stream is nil, and then we're gonna do this also in the picker thing. When presenting the picker, user selected content, stream in the picker is nil, and then we just do stream. Uppercase nil, ns null. Oh god. Stream in the picker is nil. Yes. Stream is nil. No. So this guy is nil, as we expected. This guy is not nil. Why does this thing thinks that it's nil? Out of curiosity. Interface type cannot be statically allocated. Okay, who the fuck knows what's going on here? Um, I don't know. Time to ask the competition, I guess. You know what? Also, if anybody in chat knows, I'm gonna share the code so you can take a look more in detail. Wait, is this the right one? Yeah. Okay, so maybe you can tell what I'm doing wrong. Let's ask the other AI. No, you're saying that it's failing because I'm requesting the a pixel format that it doesn't want to give me. Well, I would say that instead of being a pussy, it could complain that it doesn't want to give it to me. I don't remember what was the first one that I think it was this one, ABGR R. BGRA. Well, I can try this one. Okay, it doesn't seem to work. It started successfully. Oh my god, you must be fucking joking. But why is it asking me for a configuration if it doesn't even support it? And it doesn't error out when I ask it to give me something that it doesn't support. Also, where's my shit? Where's my callbacks? But why does it not complain when it doesn't support it? I don't get it. It's why is it like this? Okay, and also why are we not drawing this shit ever? Why are we not swapping? Wait, where's my swappy callback? It's a bit of Zig, it's a bit of Objective C. Wait, we did see something at some point, and then it stopped working. We were seeing something in there. Um, try other window. Okay. Yeah, we were seeing something in there. It wasn't. We were not doing too hot. We were definitely not doing too hot. But the swappy stuff was not working after a while, though. Yeah, you see how it degrades so hard. And then it deadlocks at some point. Who knows what's going on? So if we don't do the last frame stuff, let's assume that we don't do the last frame stuff. You see that unfortunately it has the problem that it kind of blinks in and out of existence. This is what I was trying to avoid. This is an artifact of our how we're rendering. I thought that I could keep track of this. Sorry, I could keep. So we're not supposed to keep around these things, huh? We're supposed to return them right away. No, no, no. It's not because it's swapped with nils. It's because the UI re-renders a lot more frequently. And when it re-renders and there is no new frame coming in, we're gonna obliterate. Like my point is that, how can I say? Given how it's currently designed, I have no concept of leave this here, but also re-render the UI. So you see that it flashes. I don't know if you see how well you see that it flashes on stream, but it flashes. It does flash a bunch. Yeah, you do see it. Well, we kind of got it. Can't you just render the old frame? That's what I was doing. That's what my code was doing there. I was trying to keep around. I had last frame. I was trying to keep around the last frame, but it wasn't. It wouldn't let me. Like it would. It was. I'm not supposed to keep it around, basically. So here's what I can do. I can take a frame. I can copy it somewhere, and then we just render the copy when there is no new frame. So we can do it with copying. I was trying to do it without copying, but apparently this guy really does not like me keeping it around. So we can do it like this. Var last frame is gonna be a std.array list of bytes. When we get a new frame, so here's how it works. Oh wait, you know what? No, not even that. Hmm. Yeah. Maybe the thing is, you're probably right. The thing is, I don't know how this stuff works. I am not a expert. Not I'm a complete noob when it comes to GUI stuff. So or like GPU stuff. So I don't know exactly what it entails to render to a texture. You're right. I could probably keep these around. You're right. You know what? Maybe this is it. I keep these around instead of the other thing. Let me think. But you know what? I don't know how long lived this is. I don't know how long lived this is. We can try though. You know, we can make text a global and see where that leads us. Is this a texture or a pointer to texture? A texture. Okay. Okay, let's see. Holy shit. What? Hmm. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, it works. You can also see my mouse moving around. Amazing. Truly amazing. Oh, wait, but I lost my button. Oh, no, I didn't. Stop sharing this window. Boom. Stream stopped. Pretty, pretty good. Okay, you know what? Goodbye, ChatGPT. You were never useful. Thank you so much, chat. This was awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Especially Blue or Black. Amazing. So, um, let's do a Awebo Inception, right? Okay, let's see how well we can do this. Wait, I can full screen this, and then I can launch Awebo, and then I can screen share this window, and it's in here, kinda. If I play this and I don't watch it, oh, it doesn't render because it's on a different window. Well, that is sad. Okay, so never mind. We don't do this. Unfortunately, I have to move my mouse because this is a DVI thing. I'm not. Okay, so let's capture a video, record screen, press space to select a window, a Weibo GUI, record video. Yeah, there is, for sure, for sure. Well, what can I say? I think it's on my desktop, this video now. No. Wait, what the fuck am I looking at? Oh, okay. Well, so it did work. Okay, so in the end, I think we were never able to get the stream past to 75 viewers on average, but it is fine. We did achieve pretty much most of the basic stuff for screen share on macOS. It works. So what can I say? Thank you all for hanging out. I think I'm gonna stop here. It's time for me to go to bed at this point. Um, but yeah, this works. So you're probably not tired with Zig, so I'm gonna give you some more Zig. I'm gonna send you to Sparrow. Go watch him do some more Zig stuff. What camera am I using? I'm using a Sony A7S III.